Morning, everyone.
Morning, Ewan.
How you doing?
Good. I've moved to a laptop for this, and it all looks incredibly different.
Does it?
Yeah, here we are.
Okay.
But I wanted to be able to look at the agenda at the same time.
So you've got two devices. You've got your iPad and the laptop.
I've got the iPad for the agenda, and then Lloyd's for the video. What are you?
Interesting. I too today have switched things around a little, but I've gone the opposite. I've got the video on my iPad, and I've used my dinosaur laptop from 2 centuries ago.
Yeah.
To, I exaggerate clearly, for diligence.
Oh, well done. Good use of technology, actually. I'm using my personal iPad and my work iPad. So hoping that this goes a little bit easier, actually. I'm anticipating that it's going to be a whole lot easier to read it than on my telephone.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mac. I'm with you.
Tiny.
Yeah.
And I've also been bad, Sarah, and I've printed out the agenda.
Nice.
Oh, Mac.
Do you know, I said this morning, I really wish I could just print something out because we've been working with so many documents. I'm like,
Hey, Sarah, if you ever need a printer, I've got a whole stack of them. So.
Oh God. I just need the cartridge, but it's so expensive that I haven't put a new one in for like a year. So.
Oh, well, I've got a little laser printer that isn't even out of the box. I can make that as a donation.
Nice. Charity, thank you.
You're welcome.
See, we're recording or going live.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll take
coffee.
Good idea.
Morning, everyone. I'll take the conversation that we've just had and reporting it to the next Environment Committee meeting.
Well, I'm happy to take the hit on the paper.
And we might have to all chip in to buy Sarah a cartridge for her printer.
Oh no, let's not.
No, mine comes with my offer comes with a cartridge. It's an old Kiwi Regional Airline printer, Dave, that's still in the box.
I assumed that when you were saying that. Okay, good. We've only got 12, 13 participants. We can start now.
Do it.
Councillors, just a couple of words about the running of the meeting. I've asked Ryan and Rebecca to step in if my connection goes down at all. Between the two of them, they should manage that. So just be aware that that happens. Ryan's going to fill in his chair and Rebecca will do the reminding of who's next to speak and all that sort of stuff. Look, we'll open the meeting. First, apologies. I've got Margaret as an apology for the whole meeting, I believe, and Angela and Paula for lateness, and Kesh for having a child potentially in the room during the meeting.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a genuine, a real apology. She shouldn't have to anyway. So are there any other apologies? Okay, I'll move they be accepted. Seconded by Ryan. Those in favour, against, that's carried. Now the agenda, councillors, just be aware that there are 2 open agenda documents on the diligent. One is late items, of which there are 3. Sorry, yeah, 3 in there. And one of them is my chair's report, which we'll take at the normal place in the meeting. The others were just staff having difficulty getting all the documents together in time on top of their other work. So apologies for that. None of them are decision-making items, though. So, yeah, that would be, so we can discuss any issues arising from that when we get to those items, if that's okay. Obviously, staff tried to get everything out, but in this particular area, that I refer to this in my chair's report, they've got double the workload that they normally have. So I'm going to move confirmation of the agenda as per the run sheet. I'll ask questions. If I seconder, Ryan? Yep. So are there any questions about that?
Yes, Dave, I've got a question.
Thanks, Rob.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned about the late agenda items. I appreciate that we're all working under, that staff are working under pressure. So are we too, and receiving the late agenda items on Tuesday and the meetings on Thursday just runs us a little bit ragged in terms of other meetings that we have. So look, I'm not dying in the ditch over this, but I would really like to see only reports coming that are urgent in the sense that we need a decision on. There is a decision on the wastewater project, and that's, to me, quite a complex report. So perhaps feed that back. I know I'm not looking to apportion it. I'm just sort of talking about our work schedules along with the staff too.
Yeah, look, I take your point, Rob, and it's not ideal for the staff. Don't think it's ideal either, and they have already apologised for that. If we come up against anything that it can't be fairly done today, I'm certainly happy to suggest that we put a procedural motion to defer that until maybe a full council meeting, or if it can be to the next committee meeting. So I wouldn't be looking to force anything through today unless it was a genuine urgent decision, which there aren't any. Sorry, Rob, I'm not hearing you at the moment.
I went back to mute again. Yeah, look, I'm happy. I'm happy with that. I just want to send a message through because you know, we're running ragged too in terms of reading some of the lengthy reports, not only for this committee but also economic development earlier this week, and 3.5 hours of briefings yesterday. I think it's you know. The level of reading required is quite significant.
Yeah. Point taken. Was there anyone else wanting to speak on that? I can't see any hands up. I'm just trying to follow the hands up part of this. I won't necessarily get the order right, but I can see you at the moment. Okay, we've had move and seconded that the agenda be confirmed. I'll put those in favour. Again, anyone against? That's how Ryan got going the other day. That was good. Put your hand up if you're against, literally. Okay, none against. That's carried unanimously. Any declarations of interest? Rebecca, have we had anything in that area?
No, we've had nothing come through.
Okay. Public forum, do we have anything in that area?
Apologies, keep on hopping onto mute accidentally. No, we've had no public forum speakers.
Okay. Councillors, we go. Oh, someone's got two devices going. No, that's better now. It's getting an echo, sorry. Confirmation of the open minutes of the 13th of February. Now that's in the other document, this open agenda, main agenda, I should say. Just going to that. I'll move they be accepted as a true and correct record. Second.
I'll second.
Ryan. Oh, Ewan will do. Yep. Thanks. Any questions on that? If not, I'll put that. Those in favour, against, hands up. Thanks. Yep. That's carried unanimously. Councillors, sorry, just a second to move to the late agenda, which has got my report in it. Now, councillors, that is pretty much what I've been talking about already. I've just listed the items strategic growth have on the go at the moment, plus all the added stuff as a result of the COVID situation. I've probably I tried to make a complete list of items on the go. I've probably missed some. I won't say anything more about it. The other thing, though, is about the way this agenda is structured, because we get a lot of reports that are just for updates on issues that we've already had brought to our attention, and these are just regular updates. We've added there an information only section at the end of the meeting, and you'll see that it's the sort of third aspect of this committee, and Peacock's engagement with the government on stimulus projects, development contributions, and a confidential future-proof update are the items coming up at the end. Now it's entirely voluntary. It's not a formal part of the committee, but I'll be on the committee, as will staff, on that discussion, and anything that comes up that we do need to elevate either to a more extensive discussion and a briefing or something, or to a council or committee meeting, we'll take the notes and get that organised. But we're trying to keep the meeting more to business, the formal part of the meeting, I should say. So that's the purpose of that. It's the first time we've done that, so it's a little bit of an experiment, somewhat similar to what we did a year or so ago on the previous committee. So are there any questions or comments on the chair's report? I've got Jeff, thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, look, I just wanted to make a comment just supporting the reference you have in there in terms of ensuring elected members' views are put forward and as opportunities for discussion and decision making. You point out the extreme pressure staff have been under and the huge list of ongoing work that's already there, combined with now the stimulus projects and all that sort of stuff, and the extreme time frame. And I think the sheer volume of work and that condensed time frame has probably caused a bit of a lag in terms of elected members' oversight over some of the projects. That's how I feel anyway, in terms of the ones we've submitted to the central government for stimulus projects. So I'm glad there's a reference to ensuring that we are going to get a chance to discuss and flesh out some of these projects, and there's going to be a good avenue for decision making, because I think elected members, and more importantly really the community, kind of need to know what they're signing up for, and things have been moving at pretty high speed. So yeah, I just support your reference to that in the chair's report.
Yeah, thanks. Jen and I and Blair and Chris as well have all had talks about how we're going to handle that, and I know that there are a number of discussions being convened, and I've seen some email invites coming around, as Outlook invites, sorry, to try and kick some of that off. But I'm happy for people to draw that to my attention or direct to Jen's attention if you feel something's coming up that we haven't been able to have an elected member involvement in recently, or things are moving too fast for that. Jen, did you want to say anything about this?
Oh, look, I just support what you just said there, Councillor Dave, that absolutely, if there are things that elected members feel that they are not involved in, just sing out, and we can create informal or formal ways of making sure you're in the loop.
Thanks.
Dave, sorry, I just forgot to add, could I also invite, in terms of the river projects and central city projects, I guess it would be a good opportunity for all the elected members who want to come to our next Central City Advisory Group. There was a really good turnout last time, but it's just a chance to get close oversight of what's going on.
Yeah, actually, that you raise a good point there, technical point, Jeff. If we were to want to come to that, we have to specially arrange a Zoom Outlook invite. It's not automatically coming to us. And I noticed Martin had to do this for the Connections Committee tomorrow, which he's fully entitled to attend, but while it was in his diary, the Zoom invite part wasn't. So Rebecca, I'm wondering if we could have a look at that, so that councillors don't have to chase up, that if they want to go to a meeting and it's in their diary, the link is automatically there.
Of course, yeah, our apologies about that. We'll go through and make sure that that's all been tidied up.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Good stuff.
I've got Martin now, thanks.
Totally
Martin?
totally endorse the approach. Look, this may be a matter to do with Economic Development Committee, but yours is the overarching committee as well. When events such as the proposed sale of the ultrafast fibre by Well Energy comes up, where's the avenue for us to actually be briefed on that? Apart from a public thing that the Well Energy, I think, sent me last night an email, I don't think we've had any connection on that. And I'm just again, I'm just trying to work out whether it's via your chair's report, Mr. Chair, or whether I just wait for the GM report later in the agenda.
What I'd suggest on anything like that is that we elevate it first to the very next elected members meeting via Paula or Jeff,
Yes.
So that we can then find a home for it and agree amongst ourselves where it's best discussed. That might be the quickest way of doing it, because you don't want to have to wait for the next committee meeting on.
Sure, and I'm acutely aware. I'm acutely aware with our very critical Economic Development Committee that may be the home, but it's just a matter of timeliness. That's all. Not that we're going to be able to unduly influence that particular decision.
Not that we would want to, of course. Okay.
Well,
look,
too late anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. It's certainly its home isn't directly in this committee, that's for sure. But
No,
why not
okay.
put it on the for its discussion tomorrow afternoon at the elected members gathering?
Yes, I suspect there's another major item coming up which you're getting emails about as well, but that's good.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any other questions? I can't see any hands up, so I'll move the chair's report be received. Is there a seconder? I've got, who have I got? You're all frozen at the moment, so I'll take Ryan. I presume you can, Rebecca, can everyone hear me?
Yes, yep, we can certainly hear you.
Yeah, the video is frozen, but not the audio. Okay, sorry. All right, moved by myself, seconded by Ryan. All those in favour, against, raise their hands. No, no one against. Rebecca? You'll have to.
No one against, that is unanimous.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, we're going on to the General Manager's report now. And first up is Jen, talking about the intensification approach on page 13 of your agenda. And that's in the standard rather than the late agenda.
Good morning, councillors. Look, first of all, I will start with an apology that has not been updated since the meetings have all been shuffled around due to the changes to the annual plan. So the dates that are in that document are no longer correct. So the briefing to come back to you with options for how we can effectively deal with creating the outcomes that you have spoken to us about over the last few months, that briefing is on the 17th of June. So after that briefing, we will work hard to get to the next strategic growth or council meeting with some direction so that we can actually get into the work.
Okay, so we don't need a discussion on the content. Any discussion on that process for the 17th of June briefing for it to come up next? If not, we'll move on to the gateway policy delegation to infrastructure operations. Eva, Lisa, do you want to talk to why we have to do this little bit here?
So this is a bit with the delegation, with the committee structures when they were formed. The gateways policy was put into the Strategic Growth Committee. We've found that the gateways policy and the streetscapes and verge maintenance policy are very interlinked. Just to give you some background, the gateways policy is, it identifies the entrances and key routes into Hamilton City, and it outlines the level of service of what they look like. So the policy gives you that in terms of creating a sense of arrival and reflects, I guess, particular locations, the city's character, history and environment, and or cultural significance. So currently one gateway you see as a billboard coming into Hamilton, but there are many that we can look at and need to be reviewed with the implementation of the new expressway. So the gateways have changed. Robin can kick in if there's anything that I'm not talking correctly here. So what we thought was, instead of having two committees review two policies that are very interlinked, a conversation between the chairs has been to delegate the gateways policy, which is currently under the Strategic Growth Committee, to be completed by the Infrastructure Operations Committee. So that's the recommendation. And then that is scheduled to go to the Infrastructure Operations Committee at the moment on the 27th of August. And
so, councillors, it's not really a discussion on anything arising from the policy or the policy itself, just where its home is. And there's a part B of the staff recommendation, you'll see puts that, codifies that. So I've got, so I really don't want a discussion here about the policy itself or the items within it. Just was this the right place or infrastructure as staff are recommending? I don't know the order, but the order on here is Sarah, then Mark. Sarah first. That's it.
Got a new device. Got it. I was just keen to understand, doesn't need to be now, but just from if Eva-Lisa, if you're able to send through a bit of information about the scope of that streetscape policy, that would be really useful after the meeting.
Yeah, perhaps that could be sort of part of the handover, Eva-Lisa, for everyone can get that information, because it's a long time even since some of us older councillors have seen that.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks. Mark, please.
Thanks, Dave. Good morning. It's a little bit out of order, but I wanted to ask a question about the evolving approach to intensification. Is there going to be a shot to answer a question about that at some stage, or because I know you're on this at the moment?
No, because you are out of order, and it's not happening today because you missed this. It's being it's not ready to be brought up today. There's a briefing on the 17th of June where we're going to discuss it in detail before it then comes back formally.
Well, okay, well, if I might just push it a little bit harder here, because the discussions we had.
We're not discussing the intensification now. We're following the agenda, Mark.
What's the point of having it in there?
Because we've already gone past that. We're now onto the gateways policy, as I said.
Yeah, all right.
Shifting that. But contact Jen, and when it comes to talking in the debate, you certainly have an opportunity there. Okay. Mark, we can't just sort of switch to suit people wanting to go back. Sorry.
Well, no, I just thought we skipped over it for no reason at all.
No, we didn't skip over it. We had it. We had an opportunity to discuss the process that we were following.
Okay,
and we're now on to the gateways.
All right. No question about gateways. Thanks.
Okay, James, thank you. Mangai, James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tēnā koe, Eva-Lisa. I just have a question. It was just around the extent of where our gateways are. Does it stretch, is it sitting on our, like the boundaries of our jurisdiction when we talk about gateway policy, or are we going into the other districts? So Waikato and Tamahere or Ngāroa Wahia, Pōkeno, when we say this is a gateway policy into Hamilton City?
My understanding that it is in the gateways of Hamilton City in terms of the look and feel, but Robin can confirm that.
Yes, that's correct. They are the gateways basically at the city boundary.
Cool, thank you.
James, it may be that in the infrastructure committee, there can be a discussion about that point you're raising. Is that should the policy just encompass that or go wider?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. Okay, councillors, I've got no more questions on that. I'm moving on to the mayoral forum from Blair. That's also page 14.
Yes, good morning, councillors, and Councillor McPherson. If you give me the benefit, I'd like to sort of talk the mayoral forum and the Waikato plan together. They sort of interrelate. And what I'll do is just introduce also who's on the Zoom call, Amanda Hemmer from the Waikato Regional Council. So Amanda is the Senior Project Manager for the Waikato Plan. So Amanda's just popped up there. So Amanda will be available to just answer any questions on the specific Waikato Plan activities when we get to that part. So just quickly on the mayoral forum. So in my report, you'll see that I refer to the retreat that the mayors undertook in Taupo in late February, where the mayoral forum really just wanted to come together, meet and understand, and I guess agree their collective priorities for this new triennium. And there were 5 areas of focus that the mayors agreed would be great to work together to really improve the well-being across the Waikato. And then, of course, soon after that, COVID happened, and so the world that the councils knew changed very quickly. So basically, since COVID, the mayoral forum has been meeting on a weekly basis. Mayor Paul has been actively involved, and I have as well in those meetings. There's been a number of engagements with MPs from both sides of the House, iwi leaders, and also regional bodies such as Te Waka, such as Sport Waikato, such as regional tourism organisations, to basically provide advice to the mayoral forum and to try and coordinate activities. It's fair to say that the councils across the region have had mixed views and mixed ability to participate in some of the government requests for information and some of the government activities and economic stimulus. So some of the councils have really struggled in that space. And I guess what was apparent in more recent weeks was a growing need for some greater coordination across the councils and all the agencies working across the Waikato in this COVID environment. And I guess lots and lots of entities all running to do the right thing, but potentially a lot of opportunity, a lot of crossover or people potentially duplicating things. So the mayoral forum, through the chief executives, engaged Peter Winder a couple of weeks ago to just come alongside us and look at a framework for recovery across the Waikato in this post-COVID environment. And so Peter has delivered a draft report. It's currently just being discussed by various key stakeholders, and the mayoral forum will hopefully confirm the final report on Monday. There's an important meeting tomorrow with iwi chairs. But if I was to summarise Peter's report, effectively he's proposing, and I think I talk about it in paragraph 13, I guess a framework for how all the key players in the region, both in terms of business, community, government, councils and iwi can work together to deliver recovery programs, to focus on improving the wellbeing of our community, to have a really strong joined up voice in terms of our advocacy to government and government agencies, rather than just responding to requests, to actually also proactively talk to the government, and to also find the best ways to identify the regional, sub-regional and local priorities that we can again work towards. And so his recommended framework is actually to repurpose and utilise the Waikato Plan as the vehicle to deliver that recovery into the future. And so to that end, councillors, the Waikato Plan has had some of the members had a discussion earlier this week on that, and there's strong support for that. There's a further workshop on Monday. Mayor Paula is a member of the Waikato Plan, where the members will in more detail consider the recommendations. But there's a very strong desire, and I guess a very collective view, that the Waikato Plan being repurposed with this additional focus around recovery, with a recovery office to support it, will be the best vehicle for the Waikato to work together to deliver the outcomes needed in the post-COVID recovery space. And if you look at what the Waikato Plan was set up for, many of those elements sit in the Waikato Plan, but this, I guess, COVID recovery focus just gives it an additional real area of action and I guess attention for the committee. Councillors, I'm happy to just pause there and take questions, but I do note that from paragraph 16 onwards in my report, I do outline the actual activities of the Waikato Plan, including things such as the Regional Housing Initiative and the Wellbeing Initiative, which will still continue under this post-COVID recovery focus, but will be supplemented by alignment and coordination with all the key agencies over the next coming period of time.
I was just going to ask Amanda if you wanted to have anything to add to Blair's bit on the Waikato Plan then.
No, look,
Good morning.
good morning. Thank you. Absolute pleasure to be joining you. Really, I think the Waikato Plan has been set up as a vehicle for collaboration for a long time, and really this is an opportunity for it to find its feet and make the significant difference that the leadership really want to. So, no, more than supportive of what Blair is saying, and happy to take any questions around current activities and our involvement in some of the regional initiatives that are taking place.
And look, just before we start the questions, I just want to ask Councillor Martin if he want to add anything in terms of an brief introduction there. So being our assistant delegate in that one.
The highlighted word was brief. No,
That's true.
I think, yeah, I was an observer because I'm the alternate member, as you know. Paula was at the last workshop, and both Paula and Blair made an excellent contribution. I will say very clearly, I think it would be useful, Blair, to circulate to the newer members a wee brief history of when the Waikato Plan was established and what public money has been spent on this plan to date and what it has achieved to date. I think moving forward, I don't think I'm able to reveal at this point the proposed co-chairs of the Waikato Plan, but they will, I think, give significant grunt. I think the key thing and why I still support, notwithstanding some reservations about aspects of the plan, I think the critical thing, Mr. Chair, is the interaction we have with government agencies such as the DHB, MSD and others, etc. So I think hopefully the show is on the road, but Blair, maybe you just would, if you don't mind, if you could circulate a wee bit of historical context and the money that we have expended to date.
Yes, I'm happy to do that outside the meeting. And I think just members, Councillor Gallagher is correct. There is some vacancies in the committee. They will be discussed on Monday. There has been an election process for co-chairs and deputy co-chairs, and so that just remains confidential until the meeting on Monday has discussed the outcome of that process. There's also a couple of other committee vacancies, which there is a process to also be discussed on Monday. But I think if I was to summarise, the Waikato Plan in recent times has got a couple of really quite exciting projects, Regional Housing Initiative and the Wellbeing, but there's also been, I guess, some other areas where it hasn't probably achieved some of the momentum and the pace and urgency that was desired. I think the united, I'm seeing very clearly across the mayors and the chief executives and some of the other external parties to the Waikato Plan is that this is a unique opportunity for the Waikato Plan to really step up and refocus and repurpose itself on this new challenge, but also an opportunity. So it's the right vehicle with the right mindset that can actually deliver the outcome.
Thanks, Blair. Sorry, it's frozen on me. I've got Rob, Sarah, Ryan and Jeff. The hands up. Rob, do you want to start?
Thanks, thanks, Chair Dave.
This is the committee.
Yeah, my question.
Sorry, I just froze it. I froze it, sorry.
Yeah, we're just starting questions now with Rob.
Okay, thanks, Chair Dave. Yeah, my questions are around the Regional Housing Initiative. Just to recap, where has the $500,000 come from to fund this initiative?
Should I take that one? Just
yeah,
you take that one, Amanda, please. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Through you as chair. Look, Councillor Pascoe, it's been a really big journey and we've had a lot of investment in different ways, particularly in kind. The money you're specifically talking about is Well Energy Trust. Right. So what they've actually done is dedicated 200 to the housing initiative in terms of the group, their activities, their action plan, and then they've committed 300 to the actual implementation.
Okay.
So hope that provides some insight.
No, that's great. And the 44 stakeholders that have been brought together by this, can you give us some examples? I don't want a list of the 44, but what sort of groups are involved in that in terms of coming together and for the collaboration and so forth?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I myself aren't directly involved, but we're aware that anyone who's been involved in social housing is heavily involved in this project. So obviously that's a big part of it. When they're looking at construction and actually quantity of housing, those stakeholders have been brought into the mix as well. So we have people working in the space. We have councils in particular, we have the social housing providers and any additional social services that support or in that downstream role in terms of that kind of social sector, if that makes sense.
Therefore, it's pretty much an open door for any of those groups who want to come in to discuss and participate. There's no exclusion sort of involved.
Not at all. They have a very open door policy, and I know the DHB has been heavily involved. Momentum obviously has in terms of some of their initiatives. So that's one thing about the Waikato plan I'm really confident in saying is a very inclusive approach to any projects that are relevant where people think they can add value.
And so at this point, are you able to tell me and perhaps the other councillors what we would expect to get in terms of the outputs from the initiative? You know, is it likely that we might get a report that specifically addresses, I mean, the problems in the region are going to be different, town by town, city by city. Are we likely to get a kind of a report that specifically addresses some of the issues that we have in Hamilton?
Yeah, I would suggest you'll be seeing that. I think what's happening is we've got obviously the fabulous Lale Aramia leading this project. He is very actively engaged with Kāinga Ora, particularly around their efforts. So looking at additional investment, but the critical part of this is ensuring relevancy for each district and each community.
Yeah.
So it is fair to say that what might be an issue of quantity in one community is very different to an issue of quality.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the group's aware that for them to be relevant, they need to be seeking this information, providing it, and streamlining their actions in relationship with Kāinga Ora to make sure the right levers are pulled. So I'm confident in saying that whatever that looks like, you should be getting very strong views of what that means for Hamilton, particularly from your staff. And we're aware both Andy Mannering and Ben Scott have played a significant role in the project to date.
Okay, and one final question. When is a report likely to come to us?
Look, I would struggle to answer that question. That's certainly something I can follow up, and perhaps through Blair, we can get back to you. There's obviously a lot going on, and at the moment, the housing project's moving forward, but there are some complexities around what that looks like in our timeframe. So apologies, Councillor Pascoe, I can't give you a specific on that.
That's great. Thank you for your answers, Amanda. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Sarah, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is largely in regard to the Mayoral Forum. Could we get a little bit more of an update around what active engagement there has been in terms of the economic stimulus projects and what's being promoted by the Mayoral Forum? And in particular, I'm also following on from that, interested in what the Mayoral Forum is doing to promote, I guess, what the regional housing initiative is trying to achieve, and also mode shift aspirations for here in Hamilton.
Sure. So I think Councillor Thompson, in terms of the first point, the Mayoral Forum has hosted and has discussions with both Minister Mahuta and Minister Twyford in terms of economic stimulus and advocacy for the Waikato projects that have been submitted. As you'll be aware, in terms of projects from this area, there's been a number that we've put through, and that's a separate report on the agenda today. But there were other projects from other councils throughout the region, and so the Mayoral Forum has put a strong voice behind those to government, but of course we're now in the hands of the government process. In terms of the other two initiatives, both transport and regional housing, you see that those are 5 of the key things that the Mayoral Forum and Taupo discussed as activities they really wanted to embed and drive. So the plan has been that the chief executives will pick those up as work streams and really look to find strong opportunities to drive those back into all the council organisations. That work has just been slowed by COVID, because we were literally as a chief executive group starting that work, and then COVID came along. So we have not lost that work, Councillor Thompson, and once we get into this post-COVID timeframe, it will be an active work stream that the chief executives will drive across all the councils. I guess if I just take regional housing as an example, the work that Lale has been doing has been very, very comprehensive, but we were finding that it's not well embedded within each council across the region. So part of that was, how do we as chief executive group give greater prominence and ensure that work actually embeds itself back into the councils and the communities. So that was one example. I think in the case of the transport, within Hamilton City Council, it's well embedded through our Metro Spatial Plan process and the conversations there. But for some other councils who don't have the benefit of the Metro Spatial Plan, it's not a topic of conversation. So again, it's about how the Chief Executive Group can drive those and embed those back into the organisations and the community.
Yeah, could you, thanks Blair, could you provide a bit more detail? So just in regards to what the Mayoral Forum decided was a priority for economic stimulus projects and what they have been promoting. Can we get some more clarity around that?
Yeah, so that's still an ongoing dialogue, Councillor Thompson. So one of the things you'll see that the Waikato Plan Group will pick up is understanding those local, regional and sort of sub-regional priorities. But the initial conversation the Mayoral Forum had kind of ended up focusing on some of the key outcomes from the Regional Land Transport Plan. It was the easy place to go to. So they picked on major transport initiatives, which are easy to look at a regional basis. But we felt that there's more work to be done there. So it's an ongoing conversation.
I'd be interested to I guess in the future hear more about how the Mayoral Forum in terms of transporters promoting mode shift and the Metro Spatial Plan, but also further updates around the regional housing initiative would also be appreciated.
And I think Councillor Thompson, to give you that confidence, both those were absolutely things that the Taupo Forum absolutely settled on as priorities, and we won't lose those. They will be absolutely key part of the work program that'll be reported to the Mayoral Forum.
Thanks, Blair.
Thanks, and welcome to Mayor Paula and Councillor Angela. Just joined us. We're on to Ryan, then Jeff, then Maxine. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Blair, I note Peter Winder is being utilised again, and I was quite impressed by his involvement in the Waikato Plan, tidying up that process. You mentioned he's done a draft or in the process of. Just wondering how soon we could get access to that.
Yes, look, I'm happy to circulate that following a conversation tomorrow. I just need to respect the process upon which there's some conversations been had with the key partners. So the mayors have been consulted, as have some of the other key partners around the table. There's a conversation with iwi tomorrow. So once that conversation has occurred, Ryan, I'm happy to circulate his draft report to members. But I think you'll find what I've summarised and what's in the report, he kind of gives you the very highline synopsis of it. But it's a very comprehensive, as you can imagine, with Peter Winder assessment, and he has talked to numerous stakeholders across the region and I guess in the full wellbeing space. So I mean, obviously, for example, Te Waka has an active role in the economic space, as does the tourism organisations, but likewise in the community space there's a raft of organisations such as Community Waikato that he's talked to, and then there's you can imagine across the Waikato there's a large number of iwi, so that in itself is a big process. So he has engaged with a number of people, and I think he's done a very good job to bring it all together.
So I suppose the process will help prevent all the councillors clambering over each other and create a sequenced way forward.
That's the aim. I mean, obviously, we need to respect every council and every other organisation has their own identity and has their own autonomy. But where possible, it's better to work together in an aligned fashion. And I guess the key here is, you go back to the very origins of the Waikato Plan. It was about how do we all work in an aligned manner. How do we all deliver the best outcomes for our community? So nothing fundamentally has changed in there. It's just, I guess, reinvigorating and refocusing on that. And the government wants to, as where possible, work with the Waikato as one. Now, clearly, the Waikato is a very big geographical area, and so it's hard to say all things apply to all areas across the Waikato. So there will be sub-regional and local priorities, but where possible, how do we distill those and bring those together so when we are engaging with government, we can speak with clarity as a Mayoral Forum and as a Waikato Plan as leaders of this region back to the government. And I think the other final point, Ryan, would be the mayors felt very strongly that they didn't want to just be responding to government requests. They wanted to actually actively go on the front foot and also engage and advocate with the government. So let's make it a two-way conversation, not just a one-way conversation, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Thanks. Jeff, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just in regard to the Waikato plan being repurposed to lead a COVID recovery, which I think sounds like a really good idea. I note that you're saying that it will continue to do some of the other work that it's doing, such as the Regional Housing Initiative. Won't the COVID recovery be quite all-encompassing? I mean, it's a pretty vast job, I would imagine. Do you see parameters to how long that might go? I imagine, you know, it could be a couple of years, and do you see that there will be the opportunity to do the other work?
Yeah, great question, Jeff. So probably some of the answers to that will be evolving in the coming weeks and months. But Peter's report does propose a well-resourced recovery office is established. So at the moment, Amanda is essentially the main resource to the Waikato plan, and there are some other people. But so it will be a more people than that to actually support the work of the Waikato plan. I think that some of those key projects are still critically important. We need to keep them going, but they may be the time frame or the speed of them may be influenced by the other priorities that will be determined. There is a real desire to see some rapid action in the recovery space from the Waikato plan, so that will be the first focus. Absolutely.
Awesome. Thanks, Blair.
Thanks, Maxine.
Kia ora, and thank you, Chair. My question takes us back to the mayoral forum and the priorities that were identified at that time. I wonder if you might be able to give us some kind of update about how those priorities might have changed since COVID with regard to employment and job creation locally. Is that something that the mayors are taking some positive action and advice and future thinking about?
Look, it does occupy, and I know Mayor Paula is on the call, it does occupy a lot of the conversation, Councillor Maxine. So that's very much central to their thinking. I guess if you go back to the Waikato plan, Te Waka is one of the key representatives around the table. So they are very much focused on economic activity. How do we grow the economy? How do we refocus the economy in this post-COVID world? And I also go back to the first of the mayoral forum priorities, which was one voice and an umbrella story. What that was actually all about was there was a number of strategies and objectives that the mayoral forum had through various initiatives that they've previously done. One of those was around jobs and employment. So that still features very much as part of their thinking, Councillor.
And supplementary to that, women are often the most disadvantaged in these times in being able to find re-employment. And so is there some thinking about how specific groups, and I'm also thinking about Māori who might be disadvantaged also in some of the roles that will be and redundancies that we might see, and are there some specific thinking happening to identify who those disadvantaged groups are and step up some action plans that can help to both re-educate and find new work for them?
I might get Amanda to comment on this, but I would suggest that would be one of the very early focus points for the newly focused Waikato Plan Group. That sits absolutely within the scope of what they would do. But Amanda?
Yeah, I agree completely. I know Te Waka is very advanced in their thinking, particularly around effects on Māori and how that aligns with their economic strategy. So our role for the Waikato Plan is certainly to support and reduce barriers to whatever their intent is around that strategy. And we would be looking further afield to see, are there any specific districts, any specific industries that we'd also need to be partnering with Te Waka to actually respond to. So.
Kia ora, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, councillors. That's the end of the questions on that. We'll go on to the cross-boundary discussions, Blair, which you've outlined not much happening in the last 2 months.
Yes, councillors. So look, I'm happy just to take questions on those. What I would note is that next week we do have a further conversation with Waikato District Council. I mean, whilst growth conversations are probably less topical right at the very moment, it's critically important that we do maintain really strong working relationships with both Waikato and Waipa, and some of the things that we are talking about have a longer term focus. So, but also opportunity for shorter term collaboration, but happy to take questions.
Yeah, I'm going to start, Blair, because the issue that was identified a year ago was that we need to have something ready for the LTP in relation to when boundary changes might happen in areas like R2, for instance, so that we, even though it may not be happening immediately, we have some clear time triggers and things that we can put into the LTP. And I have a concern that we are slipping behind in that time frame. Of course, there are always longer term issues, but the cross boundary issue is what this topic is.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. You'll be very pleased to know that's one of the topics on the agenda for next Wednesday's meeting. And I will ensure that yourself and Councillor Jeff and Ryan and Mayor Paula are suitably briefed as to the right questions and comments to make. But at an executive level, we, both ourselves and Waikato, have a joint desire to progress that for the LTP.
Can we maybe have as well a timeline of when decisions would need to be made in this area in order to go into the LTP? Not for today, but for that meeting perhaps, or at least arising from that?
Yeah, look, I think happy to do that. It may not be ready for next week, Councillor Day, but certainly I think next week would be an agreement in principle from both governors that you wish to progress that at speed, and then we can work up the time frame to support that. And that's the intention of next week's meeting.
I don't have any other questions on the cross-boundary one signified. No, so we'll move on to UNISA. Thanks.
Yes, look, yeah, thank you, councillors. I just note that there is a meeting coming up on the 22nd of May. There is also a letter that the UNISA sent to Minister Parker just on the value of spatial planning. You'll note that actually spatial planning is a very core part of what we're already doing through the Hamilton to Auckland corridor and future-proof, but it's not used right across the UNISA area. So happy to take questions. I guess probably before I do that, final comment would be there are priorities that UNISA had set pre-COVID, and they are listed in paragraph 43. One would expect that they will change, reflecting Councillor Thompson's comments post-COVID when the meeting happens later next week. So open to what new priorities may come up there.
I've got a couple of questions, and I was going to ask you first, Paula, anyway, since you're our delegate on UNISA, whether you want to go first with any comments and question.
Oh, thanks, Dave. Yes, look, we've only had the one meeting before we all went into the COVID hole, and it was primarily at that time, as you know, Blair, focused on the ports, which is a big proposition, and we had the Minister Twyford come and address us on that matter. And so on that matter, it would be really helpful for this council to start talking about the relative impact of where ports for New Zealand might go. So obviously, if the ports of Auckland downscale and move up north, that's going to have some kind of interplay with H2A planning. If ports of Tauranga become a preferred or a bit larger port, that means we'll need to focus more on that whole Golden Triangle conversation, as well as the H2A, which is, you know, state highway corridor focused, also looking at those east-west connections, Councillor Dave. So in that respect, I've been having conversations with Mayor Tenby from Tauranga, as well as we can do in this way. We were supposed to go across and meet each other and have a talk, but we're talking the best we can about how we re-strengthen the Golden Triangle concept at this present time. And I personally favour that, but I haven't had a chance through Blair or anyone else or yourself, Dave, to talk about what that might mean for council, or get council to consider how our connection with the Bay of Plenty also works within the central North Island strength. So, so that's a piece of work you can expect at UNISA for Mayor Tenby to be more definitive and to push that direction in the conversation a bit more, even though UNISA, of course, is Upper North Island Strategic Alliance. They have been invited into that because it makes sense to connect to the Bay of Plenty also, because the Bay connects to Auckland and it connects to us. So yeah, I think there's a little bit, I don't know whether Blair wants to comment on that at all as to how you see it, but I think I'd like our councillors to start thinking about what you see our connection with the Bay of Plenty looking like, and how we work not only across H2A but in greater partnership with Tauranga.
Yes, so I think just to Jen and Richard and myself have been talking about that issue in terms of some work right now in terms of our advocacy, but also Mayor Paula, you'll recall that we were in touch with Mayor Tembi Powell in February, and then COVID happened, and we were aiming for a joint council meeting to advance what I refer to as the Hamilton to Tauranga link conversations off the back of our joint spatial plans, and it was all predicated around the port story and the logistics story in Hamilton, and I guess our desire to have a strong voice to be ahead of any government potential announcements on Northport. So that desire, and I know both myself and Jen have been talking with Te Waka, and Hamish, the chair, is very keen to also be part of those conversations, and likewise Priority One in the Bay of Plenty have had a similar view. So I think there is a real desire for us to again, now we've sort of come out of the COVID, to recommence that opportunity to have that conversation, and to agree how our two regions work together in that sort of spatial planning, logistics story, economic sense. And so one of Jen's staff has been doing some work in that space, and so we just need to connect up on that in the coming days.
Yeah, so in the short term, we're likely to have a meeting between Richard, the Chief Executive of Tauranga, myself and Tenby, and then we're going to broaden that out to include all the other partners, but then bring the councils into that conversation so that our council here has the chance to consider the importance it places on Tauranga's, the relationship with Tauranga and our inland port and so on. So yeah, I think it's quite exciting. Remembering, of course, that post-COVID, the primary sector is one of our strongest performing economic sectors and likely to be for a while. And the need to move products from the primary sector to port and to manufacture them, for that matter, are opportunities for us to consider.
I think the other thing, just councillors, to note is that through Tauranga and Hamilton Tauranga have a strong relationship because we're both high growth councils with similar balance sheets and financial circumstances and similar. We're joined also through the spatial planning exercise. So again, referring to some of the earlier comments, we have common areas not only in the port but in the areas of, say, mode shift and some of the thinking around that, around our future plans for Three Waters infrastructure, our desire to work with the government on new funding and financing tools. So there's a number of elements there that bring us together, in addition to the very logical economic story and logistics connections between ourselves and Auckland and ourselves in Tauranga. So there's a lot of commonality.
Right. The other common area is education. I was talking with Hamish last night, and I talked to Tembi about this too. Since we're both massive supporters and partners of the University of Waikato in different forms with campuses, we need to talk about education as well. And you know, that was raised by Mayor Tembi and by Hamish.
Okay, I want to move on to the other questioners. I've got Sarah and then Martin. Sarah, thanks.
Thanks, Dave. My question, it's good to see that it looks like there's a work stream happening in regards to climate change under UNISA, but I'm just interested, first a question of clarification. Blair, what does it mean? It says investigate, identify and advise the UNISA chief executives on collaborative climate change actions or projects that would be of benefit to UNISA.
Yeah, so sorry, what was the question around that, Councillor?
Just in terms of where it says that it would be of benefit to UNISA, is that in benefit in terms of it achieving targets or goals around emissions reductions, or, you know, looking at only actions that would have, I guess.
Look, I think my understanding, Councillor, is that work stream hasn't really had a lot of chance to advance, just because of all it was agreed that there was a work stream. There was some high level, I guess, words or terms of reference put around that, and then COVID's come along. But my understanding of that comment is in regard to UNISA doesn't want to duplicate or replicate work that's happening elsewhere. So what can UNISA do that I guess, supplements or adds weight to things rather than just repeat work that's been done individually by the organisations or councils. So that helps you clarify.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no sense in just repeating the same stuff. It's just
just the wording there's a bit ambiguous. More importantly, I'm just interested in how this can feed back into Hamilton's climate action plan and its climate accord. So the aspiration for that climate accord is that we join with organisations and businesses and community groups within Hamilton in order to achieve, emissions reductions and climate targets. But clearly this is going to be, the work that we're doing around freight is going to be really important. So I'm interested in how this is going to, feed back and, or both of them will inform each other as such.
Yes, look, I think I'll note that, Councillor, and I guess what the best thing would be to probably join up that with the key staff member who's working on this particular work stream within USA, so we make sure that we can achieve that.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Martin, please.
Yeah, obviously the report the H2T links to Tauranga music to my ears. I just, probably to Blair, Chair or the Mayor, would it be the intention that we now have a regular item on this particular agenda to monitor progress? Linked with that, excuse me, is obviously we'll be looking, Blair, for constant monitoring of the Whangarei port project versus Auckland. And obviously there's a whole lot of water to go on the bridge, but clearly if there are changes to the configuration of the ports of Auckland, in terms of some capacity moving to Whangarei, that has big implications for us. But I'm just wondering, Mr. Chair, if you would entertain that we do have a regular report stream with regard to our Tauranga link, which dovetails in obviously to the H2A work and future proof.
Well, I think that makes sense to refer to that each time, whether it's part of UNISA or its own heading. We can see what's happening at that time, but certainly at least a reference to that, Blair.
I'm happy to make that a separate topic, Councillor Gallagher, because I do think that we have obviously a separate Hamilton Auckland Future Proof report, but I think at the moment let's have within the General Manager report a Hamilton to Tauranga topic, and if it grows and emerges more, we can then expand it out. I just wonder whether, Councillor Dave, whether Jen wanted to just offer any comments around the Hamilton thinking and role around that logistics, because that's the critical part in terms of some of that conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think this is a really core theme that's coming out in our economic development discussions as well, around the economic innovation project. Logistics was a core theme that we as a city need to deal with, but we don't deal with it on our own. Hamilton plays a really key strategic role within the supply chain of the Upper North Island. Some would say beyond that, and so all of these connections are going to be really key for us as a city as well as regionally. So it's a piece of work that we're actively looking at doing more in right now.
If I may just make one sentence observation, I think it is crucial that we as a committee or through the Economic Development Committee follow the progress of the Marsden Point Whangarei port, because very clearly if the ports of Auckland gets reconfigured and loses some capacity, hypothetically, that has huge implications for our inland port projects in Hamilton. And if you're an industry and it's all going through Whangarei, you may want to relocate. There's a whole lot of ramifications. Clearly also getting a greater understanding of the capacity of the ports of Tauranga and how we can just position ourselves appropriately should some of the capacity go to Whangarei and should some extra capacity go to ports of Tauranga. I know that's somewhat hypothetical, but I think it's just important to be up on the intelligence as this moves forward. Thank you.
I think Councillor Gallagher.
Hang on, I don't really want to start a discussion on that now, but it is a good point for meetings coming up. And don't forget that there is a Port of Auckland base here that cost them tens of millions of dollars, which they're just getting underway at the moment. I mean, Blair, can you collect their thinking together on that area for a detailed discussion, because I think it's quite important in future.
Yes, like Jen and I work on that together because I think there's a Hamilton lens to it. There's also a sort of a Waikato lens to it in terms of the wider Te Waka activity. So absolutely, and of course there's a spatial plan lens between the linkages between our spatial plan and those of the Bay of Plenty. Happy to do that.
Thanks, everyone. That's the end of the General Manager's report. Go back to the recommendation on page 13 that we receive the report and approve the shifting of the Gateways Policy delegation to infrastructure operations. I'll move A and B together there, seconded by whoever sticks their hand up first. Or I'll select someone. It'll be Angela, since she's getting delegation there. Okay, moved and seconded. I'll just have, we can have brief speeches on any aspect in here, and I think Mark's already signified to me that he wants to, and then followed by Jeff.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, look, I'll be very quick. My comment is just around the evolving approach to intensification part of the report, and I appreciate all the work that's going on and the pressure we're under. I'm just a little bit sad that that work may not be done quickly enough in time to have any effect on the Kāinga Ora projects that we were briefed on yesterday. And it just shows me how we need to be really fast and very strong in this work. So that's really all I had to say, but thank you.
Thanks. Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Look, I just want to very briefly endorse the suggestion of repurposing the Waikato plan to lead a region-wide sort of post-COVID recovery. I think it seems like a really logical step to me. We know our councils excelled, obviously, in our aid response and developing plans for economic stimulus and communicating with the government. But I think there is going to emerge an even clearer need, I think, to work as a region in this area. And, why wouldn't we? That's the approach we're taking with everything else, with Future Proof and the Metro Spatial Plan. And I think that the membership of the Waikato Plan Leadership Group, I understand we're getting, it's improving and we're getting a good team there. So, imagine if we get a government minister on it as well or something, it could provide great momentum for the recovery. I think, why the Waikato Plan it's begun to do some good work. It's always seemed to me a little bit like an organisation needing a really big job to do. Well, this is it. So I think, we know the scale of the job is going to be unprecedented and really complicated in terms of post-COVID. And I think that the Waikato Plan Leadership Group probably never had a more important job. So I'll certainly support that move.
Thanks. I don't have any other speakers, so I'll put the resolution. Those in favour raise their hands. Those against? It appears to be carried unanimously, Rebecca.
Yes, correct. The General Manager's report is carried unanimously.
Right. Okay, we're on to item 7, the Ruakura Road transport corridors, and Chris is here now. He was here.
Yes, Morena, councillors, Mangai Māori. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Right, sort of dealing with page 23, Ruakura Road transport corridors. Firstly, apologies to councillors. One of the things I tried to organise prior to this report was a briefing, so we could have a bit more in-depth discussion on some of the matters. Like my proposal today is just to receive the report and bring it back to the next meeting for formal macro scope approval. In the meantime, I will organise a briefing prior to the next report. So Rebecca has got some revised resolutions to table to reflect that. But in the meantime, I'm more than happy to respond to any questions now on that report or leave them to the briefing.
Rebecca, would you mind just flashing that revised recommendation up there, and then I'll go to questions? But just do have a look at that first, thanks. Yeah. Right. So hang on. So before the next committee, That's part B has been added, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I think the resolutions changed fundamentally to organise a briefing prior to the next strategic growth committee of the 18th and bring it back to the 18th of June strategic growth committee.
Okay, so this will be, Chris, there'll be no construction or anything like that prior to this, to the application.
No, we're continuing to develop the project. Just to remind councillors, it's a really important part of the link of the Waikato Expressway to our transport network. So we have two important issues there. One is the Ruakura Road West realignment and our discussions with Tai Nui Group Holdings and New Zealand Transport Agency to have that built in time for the expressway opening. The second part, which is the subject of this report, is the traffic for a period of time at least will come onto the Ruakura Road, which is a rural road. And so we have a planned project to upgrade that road to rural standards, to put in curbing, walking and cycling facilities, biking facilities, etc. So the whole interchange connects properly to Council's Ring Road.
Can we shift back, Rebecca, to the standard view? Thanks. Thanks. I couldn't see were there any questions on the other view. Okay, so open for questions now. Chris, we're not trying to deal with the substantive issues because we're going to get the opportunity before we have to make a decision at the next committee meeting. This is more of a holding pattern. If there are no questions, if there are no questions, I'll move the amended, the new staff recommendation, let's call it. Rebecca, do you want to flash that up again? And I'll seconded by Ryan. Yeah, good on you. You're moving very slow out there at Puketaha, Ryan. I can't see your hand going up. I'll move it for you. So there's the resolution. Just look at that for a couple of secs. Okay, can we go back to the main screen? Thanks. I'll just ask for a show of hands. Those in favour? Yep. Anyone against? No, that's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, councillors. And Chris, we'll go on to the item 8. And council, I'm going to try and break around 11:30 for 10 minutes, if that's okay. So I can go and get the nuts out of the jar and the room alongside us and a coffee. Okay, Robin, you're giving the discussion, leading discussion on the draft submission to the GPS and the rail plan.
Yeah, perhaps if I can lead off, Councillor Dave, Chris here. So look, myself and Robin have collaborated on these two submissions. Council has already had a briefing on these submissions. So given that briefing, that we propose to take the report as read, but just subject to 2 points I want to make. So the first point is in regard to the rail plan. So just reminding council that we have already, council has already signed off a submission to the rail plan. It was at a point in time where they invited early engagement on the rail plan. There was an expectation that the draft rail plan might change in time for formal engagement, but given events, it hasn't changed. It's exactly the same document. So our suggestion is to just resubmit the previously signed off submission from council. Just one update in paragraph 28 of the report in front of you. We indicated, so that would be on page 43, on page 43.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry, no, I've got that wrong. I got the.
Are you on?
20, oh, sorry, paragraph 28. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. So that's on page 41.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep. So when at the time of writing the report, we indicated that the legislation change still hadn't proceeded through to the second reading. So from writing that report, it has proceeded through to the second reading. So I just wanted to give you a verbal update on that and a proposed amendment to the submission to the rail plan in front of you. And Rebecca has some revisions to show you. So just quickly, the main things that we asked for and changed to the legislation, remembering that the legislation, the basis for the legislation was allowing rail to be funded from the National Land Transport Fund. So it was just a range of complicated changes to various legislations to allow that to happen. So we made 3 main points and none of them were adopted. 2 of them were just about clarity about funding sources for rail, so they have not been adopted. The third one, which we thought was quite important, is that the legislation names 2 regional transport committees as specific committees that get special treatment under legislation in regard to rail, and that they're mandated to have rail representatives around the committee table and a few other things. And the third process is for the minister, and those 2 regional transport committees were, not surprisingly, Auckland and Wellington, where Metro Rail is strong. We submitted, given the emergence of the importance of rail and passenger rail in Waikato, that Waikato should also be specifically named. So they have not adopted that, which leaves the alternative process is for the minister to name the Waikato Regional Transport Committee by Gazette notice to be a named committee. So our proposal is then to just beef up our submission to the draft rail plan and put that notion in there that the requesting the minister to name the Waikato Transport Committee as a named committee. So if Rebecca is able to share it, I've just done a quick track change to our submission to show you what is in our mind. So if you can see that screen in front of you, I'm looking at paragraph 4.3. So I've just really updated that to reflect at the time we hadn't heard back from Parliament, but now we have. And so if I can just read it to you. So HEC requests that the Minister, that's the Minister of Transport, given the emergence of the Hamilton to Auckland startup passenger rail service and other rail considerations listed below, gives notice in the Gazette that the Waikato Regional Transport Committee is named for the purposes of the Land Transport Rail Legislation Bill. Paragraph 4.4, HEC is disappointed that its submission to the bill to specifically name the Waikato Regional Transport Committee has not been adopted. In support of using the Gazette process, HCC notes. And then we've got a list of dot points that just indicate the relevance of rail to the Waikato region, with the Eastern and North Island main trunk lines intersecting in Hamilton, our inland ports, the lines that exist through to Tokoroa, Cambridge, the passenger rail services that's starting up, the business case for fast rail, future or nearer propositions for metro rail services, our long-term intents to link to the airport. So just really indicating that there is a lot of rail-based activity here, and it would be really good if the Waikato Regional Transport Committee was recognised as being an important committee for making future decisions on rail infrastructure. So look, I'm happy to take questions on their part. And there's just one more speaking point, Mr. Chair. Did you want me to finish that before I
finish it off, and then we'll go to questions and the like?
Yep. Okay. So the second and last point I want to make is that we have received a proposed amendment from Councillor Serra to the GPS submission. So we've track changed that proposed amendment into the resolution, so you can have a look at that at the right point in time. So the amendments are really just been a bit stronger in our view that more money needs to be put into biking and walking into the GPS. So you can have a look at councillors' proposed amendments and deal with that how you see fit in a few moments. So happy to take any questions on both of those items.
Yeah, I'd perhaps like to have a look at that if we're able to, Rebecca, just so we can have that in our minds when anyone is asking any questions. Well, it's a long chain.
I'm happy for anyone to suggest feedback on that. I wrote it in like 2 minutes this morning.
Yeah, I do not want a resolution to be written by committee. Thanks. I'm glad that it's been sent through in advance.
All right. Well, look, we'll leave it as it is then.
Yeah. Please don't invite that sort of thing in the middle of a meeting.
So councillors, paragraph B there is a councillor's proposed amendments. I've just put a little in brackets there just to indicate we might have to just manipulate our submission a little bit to get that those two paragraphs in. And the second one, C, is my change to inject the notion of a request to the minister to name by Gazette the RTC Waikato.
So paragraph B relates to cycling and walking activity classes or buckets to be beefed up, and C relates to Waikato being named one way or another as a rail focused or a rail partially focused region.
Dave, I'm happy to second that amendment.
Okay, so that's on the table, and I'm taking that as the motion at this point. But I'm going to go back and open to questions now. So if we've got that in mind, we can go to questions from the board. Sarah, I take it that you're speaking rather than asking questions.
I do have one question of clarification, Chair Dave. That was just the survey questions number 5 asks if we agree that funding for Road to Zero should come from a single activity class, and we said no, but I didn't know if that was an error or if it's intended, because there wasn't, I don't recall seeing much clarification around why we said no.
So Rob, are you able to pick that up?
So that built on the idea that we were concerned that particularly the road safety promotion work was going to get buried in amongst the larger budgets, particularly like the road policing budget is particularly large. And so that was why we put the answer no in there. They didn't actually, the feedback form wasn't that useful for actually inviting any comment on some of those things. So we could add a comment in there if you wished.
Yeah, what's the alternative that we had in mind?
So this ties in with the travel demand management also being proposed to be got rid of. And so the proposal was that an activity class be formed for behaviour change, which relates to both road safety and travel demand. So travel demand is basically trying to encourage people to walk and cycle rather, or use PT, anything other than single occupant car travel, basically. So within the proposals, they're talking about travel demand management being tied up with projects, but a lot of the work that we do is not related to an infrastructure project, such as the developing a travel management plan or a workplace travel plan within an organisation. That's not tied to a piece of infrastructure work. So that's why we were concerned with the way they were moving that. So the idea was to have an activity class which is about working, engaging, communicating with people, and trying to get that behaviour change, combining both road safety and travel demand.
Right, and is that already clear in other parts of the submission?
Yes, I believe so.
Thanks. Thanks, Sarah. Okay, if there's no more questions, we'll go straight to discussion of the motion, which Sarah has moved and Mark has seconded. And it's the original staff recommendation with the addition of B, the beefing up of the walking and cycling pots buckets or activity classes within the government funding outline, GPS, and the second one is part C, making Waikato a partially rail focused region as opposed to not being listed like Auckland and Wellington are. So that's the resolution. We'll put that up again before we vote, just so that people have a chance to look at that. But I've got Sarah first, and then oh, sorry, Paula, did you have a question or just wanting to speak? Paula, you're on mute.
Sorry, no, just comment in debate. Thank you. When you're ready.
Okay, I'll go to Sarah, then Mark, then Paula.
Thank you, Chair Dave. Thanks to staff for putting together the submission. The addition there is really just to highlight the fact that walking and cycling has not been adequately provided for. It's, in my view, incredibly disappointing that only around 2% of funding is going towards walking and cycling, which is basically no different to the previous GPS and is not going to be supporting any significant shift in terms of investment, in terms of enabling people to walk and bike safely. So yeah, I think it's really important that we drive really strong on this. Right now, the funding doesn't match the narrative in the GPS, which talks a lot about mode shift. It talks lots about better travel options or better travel choices, but then when it comes to actually putting their money where their mouth is, they really don't deliver, and it is really disappointing that we haven't seen any significant shift in terms of funding for walking and biking. So beyond this, I'm also keen to see us look for more opportunities to be advocating to Waka Kotahi, NZTA, and the board to talk to them about the funding assistance rates, because we've had a historic lack of investment in this area, and in order to really enable the council to catch up and put in the infrastructure that we need, we really need more support from central government. And there are so many benefits in terms of investing in walking and cycling that I think that having a greater assistance rate compared to, say, some of our other projects would be beneficial for our community.
Thanks, Sarah. Councillor Mark.
Thanks, Dave. Look, there's just really nothing I can add to what Sarah said. It was bang on the money. So no, I totally endorse your words, Sarah. Well done.
Thanks. Mayor Paula, please. Paula, you're on mute still.
There we go. Sorry. It's got a very sticky mouse, even though I put your fresh batteries in. I think it's the mouse itself. Anyway, thank you. I'm also speaking in support of that recommendation, and thank everybody for their input into that. Certainly, we're in a state of transition, and we need to push harder now. The Minister and others talk about modernising the economy and renewing and refreshing New Zealand as we go forward post-COVID, and won't look like where we were heading before. So modern forms of transport are the future. Rail forms part of that in some form, and we're well placed to have rail connectivity and faster modes of transport, faster rail or faster off-road options, whatever they look like in their future form. So we should be providing for those as we transition out of traditional modes of road freight and road transport. So I think that signals quite well where we're heading, that we're keen to invest in those. And in respect to cycling, that's also, in my view, a positive statement about transitioning from reliance on private motor vehicles to walking and cycling. And there again, we have this unique chance through the stimulus packages, but beyond that also to pull together and recreate a new future based on climate-friendly forms of transport and just more resilience into our system, more transport choices. Of course, Hamilton remains in that interesting situation where in new subdivisions, such as Peacock or others, we have the opportunity to build in best design as we go forward. And the rest of the city, sadly, we're in the field of retrofit, which is harder and more expensive, but not impossible. So we need to be smart about where we spend our dollars to get the best bang for the buck around cycling and walking. Some places make sense to do quicker than others, in my view. So I look forward to that detailed conversation going forward about where we put our priorities. But yeah, no, it seems like the time is right to seize the ethos of modernising the economy and rejuvenating our communities through these mechanisms. So do that, we'll need a little bit more money in the pot. And I think that's what this intends to go after. So it's good. Thank you. Thank you for your work, Sarah, on it. I'm in favour.
Thanks. I've got Martin and then Rob. Martin, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I support the motions, and I think obviously during the recent lockdown where I've been staying, I've noticed my streets in the area are far more to what I associate with Germany and some of the European cities in terms of the number of cyclists and recreational cyclists, because at that time the streets were empty and safe. And I think I totally agree with Councillor Sarah, as we do have to look at that whole issue of, because I think the public mood, dare I say it, is changing, and safe, can I emphasize safe, cycleways, grade separated where possible, so that, and I've seen the mums and the dads with the young kids follow them in the smaller cycles, but it has to be a safe environment. Obviously, there's the issue of people wanting to ride to work and all of that, particularly around recreation. Totally agree with regard to adding the Regional Land Transport Committee in terms of rail and its oversight of rail, but I'm going to make a clear point. Notwithstanding Hamilton has at least 40% of the region's population, we only have one vote and technically one voice. Now, the voice is a double voice with Dave and Angela, and I hope it's a strong voice, and I'm sure it is. But I would just say that in that Regional Land Transport Committee, we must continue to exert leadership way beyond the delegateship that we have on that particular committee. I don't want to see a situation where a smaller TA tail wags the dog. And what we do want is a very clear signal that that is the appropriate forum to advance, particularly the rail journey. And I'm sure Councillor McPherson and Councillor O'Leary, you will reassure me that even though you only have one vote out of 12 or 13 in that committee, the vote you exercise is way beyond that proportion.
Thank you. Feel reassured. Okay, Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Dave. Look, I don't want to pour cold water on this, but I would really like to see the evidence of demand that would support greater and I think what's being discussed here, significant spends on cycling and walking infrastructure, particularly around the refits, which are much more expensive to do than in new developments. We have the Claudelands Bridge project, which has been deemed in a lot of the articles I've read as having been very successful. So we should now be able to, or we should have been, and we may now be gathering evidence to provide us with stats around its use and whether or not it's been successful as has been written up. I agree with Martin that during the last few weeks, we've all seen more people out walking and cycling. And so this is also a time when, as we move back to level 2 and hopefully to level 1 quite quickly, we'll continue to be able to gather evidence that supports whether or not this shift is going to be more permanent than what has happened over the last few weeks. So look, I support this, but I'd like to see the same sort of evidence that we have gathered in the past that supports how we develop and enhance our roading infrastructure. I want to see more of this to support that the mode shift is actually occurring. Thank you.
Thanks. There's no other speakers, so I'll go to Sarah's right of reply if she wants it.
Thanks, Chair Dave. Just in response to Councillor Robb's comments, while I disagree with Rob's doubts around whether there's any demand for safe biking infrastructure, I do actually agree that we need much better data in this area. Historically, we've done a really great job with counting cars, doing a lot of research around that, but we've got a real lack of information around biking. And I'd also like to see a lot more communication around the research and the surveys that we do. You know, I talked about in a recent meeting about a survey that we did around transport choices and the fact that about 55% of respondents in Hamilton said they would bike more if it was safe. So I think that we do need to focus more on data collection and telling the right stories, getting the right information. And that's something that I would really like to see both our growth committee, but also the infrastructure operations committee in particular, put a lot of focus on going forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. We'll move to the vote now. Those in favour of the resolution, please put up their hands. It appears to be unanimous. Anyone against? No, that's unanimous. Thanks, Rebecca. Hey, we'll break now till 11:45 with about 16 minutes. That's okay. And see you back then.
And
Yeah.
Look at the lengths I'm having to go to lose lockdown weight.
Oh, that is sad, Ewan. That is so
I know.
sad.
I'm having to start eating natural slim protein powder.
Oh my God. But now that it's level 2, you'll be able to go running around all the place.
Yeah.
Sorry, the Bun team, we are still broadcasting, so.
Sorry to
I've only
jump
actually
in
put on-
your conversation. I
think
could just.
I put on only a kilo, but I already needed to lose a bit of weight.
God, are we still on YouTube?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
I think
we
so.
are.
Oh, well,
Oh.
never mind.
You shared that with the public.
It's okay. I'm sure they love me.
That's
Politely.
all. Shows that we're all human at the end of the day, doesn't
Well,
it?
that's right. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Oh, well. Better go make my my
Go make
protein.
your protein shake.
Ooh, couldn't think of anything worse. Do you use that stuff, Angela?
Yeah, I do. I use not the slim stuff, like I use a proper protein shake after when I go to the gym. And I did go to the gym this morning and it felt so good. It just felt so good to be lifting weights again.
Oh,
No, yeah, protein drinks are not those ones. Those diet ones are yucky.
Hey, Rob, I'm hoping you're going to prepare an executive summary for us of the budget.
Oh, I doubt. I've done that in a much earlier life, and worked till midnight sometimes too. Actually, when Muldoon used to do his budgets in the evening, but I always found afterwards there was very little to report on the night. Who knows what we're going to get today? But I guess the major stuff has probably already been hinted at anyway.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
Councillor. Sorry, Ewan. Very interesting. We'll try and finish in time for the budget.
Yeah.
Look, we'll start again, councillors. Resume the meeting. Thanks. Future-proof update. Sorry, infrastructure funding and finances next, and Blair and Lucy are handling that. Blair, do you want to lead off?
Actually, I'm looking for Lucy to hopefully liven up if she's she's there. So,
Lucy, where are you? I'm trying to...
Yeah, sorry.
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
So,
I can see you there now. Yep.
Hello.
Lucy is going to lead off, and then Greg will follow, and then I'll be here for questions, councillors.
Okay. So Lucy, over to you. Thanks. So this is item 9, everyone, on page 67.
Good morning, everyone.
Lucy, you're a bit quiet. Can you get closer to your... Yeah,
Can you hear me better?
It's much better, thank you.
Great. I'm going to share my screen with you all. I've written a few key points that I just want to share. Can you see some slides?
Yep.
Great.
Perfect.
Okay, so I'm just going to, what I would like to do is just take you through a few key messages from the report that I've done. Just move that over so I can see. Okay, so with regard, this is really an update report for you all, in particular with regard to the infrastructure funding and financing bill and the legislation. I was wondering whether it would be significantly impacted by the COVID outbreak, but I'm pleased to report that actually the legislation is still really a high priority for the government, and there's no significant delays to the legislation enactment date, which is still looking to be July, August this year. So the only thing that has changed is point 20 in the report. It did say that the Transport and Infrastructure Committee were reporting back to the House on the 17th of June, but I found out yesterday that that's actually the 25th of June. So that was due to a delay from COVID. So actually it looks like there's only been a 1-week delay, so that's great. Something that I want to point out is that CIP, the Crown Infrastructure Partners...
Lucy,
Yep.
are you shifting? We're only on the opening page. Is that still right?
Yep, I'm just going through my key messages.
Okay.
Can you see that on the PowerPoint?
You just need to move to the next page.
Oh, sorry, it's moving on mine. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
That on. Technology. So yeah, CIP are still very focused on progressing the Road to Cowrie IFF test case. And it's very much we're still very engaged with government agencies, and Hamilton is still very much seen as an early adopter of the infrastructure funding and financing model. So with regard to the legislation, my key message is that it's on track. We've done really well to engage with government agencies, and it's progressing pretty much as normal. So that's great on that front. If I go on to the other work that we're doing, which is the business case and its applicability to IFF, because I've been working on various things over the past few weeks, it's become really clear to me that the business case that we are working on is almost even more critical now, as we're looking at a range of new projects and there's new things coming in, but the actual business case is really presenting itself as a template that can be used for evaluating and understanding many other growth opportunities that might present themselves. So the way that we're doing it, which I think I've mentioned before to councillors, is that we're very much taking a well-being approach. and looking at how growth can happen and over what period of time, and all the different ways that that could be potentially funded. Because funding growth is, as I've mentioned there, it is a challenge. There are many different options, there are many different ways that growth can happen and over what time period. But we're really focused on that idea of how do we build a community? How can we focus on well-being and different well-being outcomes to make sure that the community really is getting the best? So as I've mentioned there, that the IFF tool is really going to present itself, I think, as a really key delivery mechanism that can support different funding areas in relation to other things that are available, like DCs, rates, subsidies. It's something that is part of a mix of funding, not just a solution on its own. Another thing that I'd like to point out is that developers are still very much looking to press ahead in Rotorua. There is a public excluded report supplementary to this that outlines some of those discussions going on, but it's very much IFF and PDA discussions need to happen in conjunction as part of the business case process and how it all fits together. And then just one other point as an introduction before I take questions is that it's really proving valuable work that the project team can continue with working on this business case, not only for Rotorua, but also for other future growth areas and other opportunities that might arise, because it is looking to be that template that we can use to apply to other things. Greg, I don't know if you've got anything to add to that.
I don't think so. I think you've covered it well.
Great. Well, I will be delighted to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks. Can we shift back to the ordinary screen, please?
Indeed. If
Lucy?
I can just give me a second.
Just wait a sec. You're still sharing whatever. Yeah, that's it.
There we go.
Okay, I've got firstly Ryan's moving this resolution on page 79. I'm seconding it. We've got questions starting with Rob. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Lucy, and thanks for the. I think it may have answered a question or two that I had here. I'm just trying to get my head around paragraphs 11 and 12, and also what you actually said in the presentation. In reality,
is that on page 80? You mean, Rob?
I'm using paragraphs 11 and 12 on page 68. Paragraphs 11 and 12.
It is page 80 on your version, Councillor Dave.
Okay.
Okay, 68 on mine. Yeah. Do you mean in reality that some property purchasers may end up paying may have some DCs built in to their section price, along with being liable to ongoing payments to the CIP partner?
Greg, do you want to cover that?
Yeah, it's one or the other. So infrastructure is either going to be funded by rates, DCs, or IFF loan if there's an IFF. So you can't fund the same infrastructure by DCs or IFF. So say, for example, the IFF funding picks up major arterials and just as an example, trunk wastewater mains, and that's what they fund. Then DCs would fund the rest of the stuff, so reserves, waters, and whatever. So yeah, one or the other. DCs will be significantly less, and there'll be a new levy on the properties.
So what you're saying is there could be, if I was buying a new greenfield section at Rotorua, I could end up with some DCs in the purchase price, because there will be the city-wide stuff and whatever might have been undertaken by the developer, and I might have a debt on my title to repay the CIP partner over the 30-year period or whatever.
Yes, that's right.
So how will the market price this into the section price, to make sure that I'm not being charged twice for, once by the developer and then by the payments that I make over the next 30 years?
Yeah, so we've taken some economic advice on that, and simply put, it's the market isn't going to price it in like entirely properly, just because of the way that people look at future cash flow streams. So it'll probably be partially or marginally priced in to the price of the property is the advice we've had.
Councillor Rob, just to expand on Greg's point, what we have talked about is making sure that there's a significant visibility where and if Hamilton deploys the tool, that those both in the real estate community and the valuation market, our LIM process, all those sort of things, ensure there's maximum visibility of that charge, so that an informed purchaser, an informed market knows about all the various information. So notwithstanding the market, people can make an informed discussion, debate in terms of that negotiation process as well, to factor that in.
So if I'm the purchaser, will I be able to work out what the property might have cost if I had bought it with the full DCs and developer margin and cost, and then have a debt to pay off over 30 years? I would be able to compare that and say, well, I know what I've got 80,000, let's say 50,000 that I have to pay back over 30 years, and I'm getting a 50,000 discount on the price of the section when I'm buying it.
So you'll get, it'll be about the same. So if you net present value the all of your levy payments, you'll come up to about the same DC.
Okay, so it will be, I mean, in paragraph 53, you mentioned that there's still some work to be done to fully understand the relationship between DCs and IFF funding. And I assume that this is what I'm talking about. Am I correct there?
So no, I think we're crystal clear on the relationship between DCs and IFF. The legislation's clear on that. Yeah, I guess the only thing that's unclear, which you probably never can be totally clear on, is how the market will respond or price these in. But I think to Blair's point, you know, we'll be going out of our way to make sure that any purchaser of a property or anyone who's already there and is going to have a levy are very well aware of that, and I've got access to information. And so, you know, LIMs and anything else, I think it's really important to make sure that no one gets caught by surprise, particularly sort of general homeowners.
Yep, okay. All right, and my next question is about the risk workshop that you had on the 13th of March 2020. Did elected members participate in that?
No, elected members didn't participate in that, Councillor Rob, but what we've done now is we've had a slight delay from we had PwC facilitate that session for us. There's been a slight delay because of the impact of delays for them and their workload. So I've just recently actually had that back. So I will be looking to get some feedback into that, and the risk committee as well will also get an update on risks and be able to provide feedback and engage with that. So we're just at the initial stages of understanding the risks and reporting back to you on that.
Okay, and I've probably got a fair understanding of what risks might have got identified. Are there answers to those risks? I mean, I'm guessing on what they are, but I think I'm probably likely to know what might have been covered off in that workshop. Are there practical outcomes to the risks? And, you know, should I say, is there a report coming? And when will we get that? Will we get that report?
Yep, there will be a report coming, Councillor Rob. I'm just in the process of working through those. I've literally only had them in the past couple of weeks. So looking through the matrix of risks that have come through and looking at how we can mitigate them or what we can do to either mitigate, rule them out, or deal with them. And then that will be something that I'll come back to you all with. Hopefully within, well, the whole business case is looking to come to you in Q3. So it'll be around about the same time where I will come back to you before then with an update on where we're at with the risks and any significant ones that you need to be aware of.
Okay, and I'm just a little bit worried after reading paragraph 72 about you know, the level of risk, and I'm not sure whether you're speaking specifically about Rotokauri because I think this report also covers off Peacock. But, you know, are the risks in Rotokauri becoming so significant that we might, you know, that we should be looking at alternatives to continuing with the expansion in that particular growth cell?
There's no risks that I've looked at where I would come to you suggesting that we halt the work that we're doing. Obviously, I will come to you with any risks that we do think are significant, but there's nothing, unless Greg or Blair want to step in because they were both involved in that workshop, there was nothing that the group came up with that we thought would block us to this work proceeding.
I'm not suggesting we stop the work, but maybe we might redefine what we mean by the Rotokauri subdivision and maybe contract it back a little bit to where it might be financially more sustainable.
So I think, Councillor Rob, that paragraph 72 is really, I guess, referring to two things, and I'll come back to your question. But paragraph 72 is saying that you know, the funding model for local government for growth councils is challenging. We know this. The Productivity Commission's identified that. We need new tools, and we need new tools to supplement how we can fund and deliver growth infrastructure for those communities where it doesn't just continually come back and impact our balance sheet and create challenges. So that's really what that's saying, and IFF is another tool that can help us in terms of that pathway forward. In terms of your conversation on Rotokauri, and Luke might want to jump in here, Rotokauri is zoned, the structure plan exists. Developers can legitimately come to us with consents, as they are doing, and there are a number, and look to work through the consenting process in the RMA, and if they can mitigate their effects, can actually effectively deliver their subdivision. Now, there are some constraints around that, and one of those big constraints is the mitigation of stormwater, but nonetheless, from a council perspective, there have been a raft of historical decisions made on Rotokauri, investments, not in our investments, but the development market. It's very challenging to wind back those RMA district plan provisions, but so therefore we needed to have a way to participate and work with those developers through PDAs and the IFF tool to ensure we get the best outcome. Otherwise, we're going to have substandard or infrastructure that just meets a particular developer's need, but potentially is a poor outcome for us. But Luke, did you want to jump in there?
Yeah, thanks, Blair, and through you, Chairman Dave. Just reiterating and confirming what Blair's already said. The reality is that a lot of Rotokauri has been zoned urban, and we've been investing in that as an organisation over the better part of a decade. The second half of Rotokauri Stage 2, you recall some elected members who were on the previous council supported a very large portion of that becoming a special housing area, in which we've progressed as a private plan change through by the work that Charles Maher and the Green Seeds team is doing, that's been secured through a private development agreement that sits alongside it. So there's a lot of active landowner and developer interest in Rotokauri, notwithstanding you know, some of the challenges that are attached to that part of the city. But it is it's a part of our future urban development. It has been identified as such for over 10 years, and there's a whole body of work and investments that sit behind it. So IFF is just a fantastic opportunity for us to continue on that journey and to accelerate the development of that locality.
Also, Councillor Rob, just to point out that in the business case, there's a very detailed financial case, which in relation to point 72 will really investigate a lot of those financial risks and financial considerations in great detail. And originally, we were hoping to come to you with the business case at around about the middle of this year. Due to the fact that finances are a little bit more unstable and perhaps more risky at this point, we've slightly moved that forward just so that we have a really deep understanding of those financial considerations, which can feed into the business case.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the answers. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Look, I've just got a question to follow up one of Rob's earlier ones, and it might be to you, Greg. And it's nothing to do with those DC conferences you go to, but when someone gets a rates bill for what a property, say in Rotorua, if the CIP charges and DCs are both on that, will they be itemised as to what they're for? Because I can just envisage arguments or complaints from people down the line in 5 or 10 years if they don't that the understanding that they might have at the start of their an early purchase may not be there in future years. How do we ensure that it's clear they're not being charged twice for the same thing, that it's obvious on the information which we automatically provide them, if you get what I mean?
Yeah. So the first thing is they separate levies levied by an SPV.
Can you speak up a bit?
Oh, sorry. So in fact they are quite separate. And one's a levy from an SPV, which is organised through the government, and one's a council rate. And then your question as to would there be any confusion, and how could you avoid confusion or make it very clear? And I think obviously that no one's done this yet because the IFF hasn't happened, but effectively the rates letter is being used to put the IFF levy on just simply because it's convenient, etc. It's in one place, but the idea is to make it very clear that it's separate, so it'll be separately itemized, it'll be described separately, it'll just be on the rates notice, just so people get it all at once. So that's the sort of general plan, and we haven't got there yet, but I understand what you're saying. You want to make sure that no one gets confused that council's charging them twice.
Yeah, for years going forward, I think, and some of the answers to Rob made this clear at the start, the first purchaser will pretty clearly know, but yeah, that's something I guess will come back to council. That's sort of, okay.
Yep, it certainly will.
One of the other things, Greg, is, and there has been some discussion, it's sort of amongst the high growth councils around this, that actually the first purchaser is probably the most important, because they're the person who has to understand all the various elements to the model. Potentially second and third purchasers of these properties will be more informed, because they're making an informed market decision in terms of what they sign up for and the ongoing charges. But absolutely, Councillor Dave, we need to think really closely about the communication and supporting material that supports this as an ongoing basis as this tool evolves.
Yeah, I'd say that second and subsequent purchases, if they're before the 30-year, say, repayment period for the CIP component, they'll still be wondering why their rates bills are $1,000 more than a property of a similar value elsewhere in the city, without having a clear explanation.
Yeah, and when we get to the point of doing this, I think this is going to be a point of focus, and we have to think about, the first, the second, the third buyer, the buyer in 25 years, and how we detail them on the rates notice. So, I think absolutely that's in the plan. Completely agree, and it's probably a bit further down the track as well.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Sarah. A question from you. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. First question was just as a newish now elected member, we haven't had much opportunity to kind of understand Rotorua in the bigger picture, and what the structure plan looks like and that kind of thing. Is there anything planned in terms of providing that information, at least for those who are interested?
Yeah, Councillor Sarah. Obviously, we did have a plan of engagement which has slightly changed due to changing priorities, but we do have a briefing coming up. I believe it's at the end of this month, where we can provide you with more information and kind of get you all up to speed on where we're at. It's something also that we're learning as we go along as well, so we can take you along the journey as we get the information, which will evolve over time. But yeah, there's definitely plans to keep you all very informed as we progress with this.
Okay, yeah, because I'm interested not just in the IFF, but also the actual structure plan and things itself, which I haven't had an opportunity to really get my head around yet.
Yeah.
And understanding how the way that this development is going to go forward will support, I guess, mode shift and environmental outcomes that we want and things. And
yeah. I'm also the business case will also, I'm really taking a real storytelling approach with the business case as well. So I'm hoping that when you do get to read that, it will be quite an enjoyable read where you can go through the story of it and the well-beings, and yeah, a lot of information will be in the business case for you as well, so you really understand it. It's just taking you on that journey before we get to a decision point so that you understand everything you need to know.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm keen to understand also the risks around piecemeal development. And what happens if, you know, the development of the stormwater catchment is delayed. You know, I guess it's concerning that with Peacock we've had applications come in, resource consent applications come in before we've got the structure plan ready. In this case, we've got, you know, applications coming in before the infrastructure is there to really support development. So I'm just interested in how we can improve those processes going forward, but also in this case, what are those risks and what can we be doing to mitigate, yeah, what happens if we don't move forward more quickly?
So I can touch on that one, Councillor Thompson. So we'll obviously get into that in more detail in the public excluded report, where Andrew Parsons can provide more detail. But the key thing there is that council must be a continued participant in discussions at the table with those developers to understand and to work through the best outcome that meets, I guess, what the Rotokauri business case in this particular example is trying to achieve, and staff will bring to council the outcome of those commercial negotiations, and ultimately council will have a decision to make on a case-by-case basis. But undoubtedly, the focus is to deliver on the aspirations and the best outcome for the community, which includes the right infrastructure solutions, and I guess ensuring that the budget or council are able to have necessary funding to bring to the table to participate in those conversations is critically important, because generally, whilst we would like to say growth will pay for growth, there are elements of cost that needs to be shared beyond the particular developer or developer's area. So that's where things such as IFF tool and other sources are critically important in those conversations. But we will always bring back to this table or to council the outcome of those discussions for council to make an informed decision.
Thank you, Blair.
Thanks. Maxine, please.
Yeah, my question's just about the government shovel-ready projects, and the understanding that Rotokauri forms a part of that. How might the business case be impacted should that project be identified as something that the government want to take up on?
Lucy, do you want me to?
Yeah, so Rotokauri has been named in a couple of different stimulus proposals that have gone forward to government. I think what will happen is hopefully we will hear back on within the next few weeks on which of our shovel-ready proposals have been taken forward to a next stage. So we'll be in a more informed position then, and hopefully then we can look at what funding might become available for the government. But I also think Blair will probably agree that regardless of if we get government funding for any of our shovel-ready proposals, we'll still need a range of funding tools to help deliver those. So I still think infrastructure funding and financing is a really valuable tool, regardless of whether it gets taken forward in the shovel-ready proposals or not. Would you agree with that, Blair?
Absolutely, 100%. And I guess, Councillor Maxine, the simple answer is if we received some positive outcomes for Rotokauri through that stimulus, then quite clearly we would bring that to council for council to consider, but it would potentially enhance or improve the ability for council to deliver great outcomes in Rotokauri, because it effectively would bring some new funding sources in addition to those which we have, DCs, rates, and the IFF tool. So it would share the burden, so to speak.
And in terms of that, it would reduce the cost to the end user, and potentially those section buyers and house builders in future transactions as it moves down. And so the $1,000 bill per annum that people might want to talk about could be quite a bit less than that.
Yes, I mean, if the government were to grant money towards some infrastructure in Rotorua, it would absolutely lower the burden of the cost in terms of that community and council. So yes, it would have a favourable impact. I think
the levy's probably more like 2,000, you know, as it stands today. But otherwise, yes, that's right, it would come down. I think the other thing to bear in mind with the IFF is, whilst it's related to Rotokauri at the moment, it's a future tool. So, I mean, there's going to be, in the future, council's going to want to expand, develop, open new growth cells. And if you have IFF, you have targeted rates, you have DCs, you have developer agreements, you know, it's another way that we can be responsive and sort of stay ahead of the curve. So I think part of IFF is that we can have it and we get good at it, and then it's available for us. So yeah, I think that's important to look at over the hill as well.
And I think just to close out Greg's comment, if we look at, say, for example, future growth areas such as R2, which is yet to come into the city, it's identified as a future growth area. And if IFF tool is available to us, it changes the very nature of the initial conversations with those landowners before we even contemplate boundary changes in the structure planning process, because it means that you're actually starting that conversation right at the very beginning of the process, not in the case of Rotokauri, where we're coming in and it's a well advanced cell that's already been planned and zoned and underway. So it's a far more powerful tool in those areas where we're starting from scratch.
And so, I mean, we talk about those greenfield sites. Is there a way that you can see in the future that the IFF could also be used in brownfields development?
Yeah, I think as it matures, there was a test case in Auckland where they were looking at brownfield IFF, and of course they ran into some pretty strong headwinds in terms of existing property owners there, because there are much more of them and they're all close to each other. The growth is occurring, you know, around established things. So that's on the table, and I think the government wanted to focus on greenfield because they kind of wanted to get the model established. So I think that's on the table for the future, and it's a possibility. And I think there just needs to be some more thinking about how you could really do it.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Right, thanks. There's no other questions. So I've got Ryan, the motion's been moved by Ryan and I've seconded it. Ryan, did you want to it?
Yeah, I'll just speak to it if I could. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, for me, this is a bit of a no-brainer. Rotokauri's always been challenged for the city, and this is something which can actually help make it game ready because of those geotech challenges. And potentially, as was picked up by Greg and other speakers regarding the multiple uses of this tool. So potentially even with peacocks, that's sort of on the table, having some negotiations through some DC stuff at the moment. But even for community amenity, the ability to use this tool to add community infrastructure into new developments is pretty exciting. I think even yesterday, a conversation around growth, paying for growth has proved challenging for our city as we try and put as much of the direct cost to that zone as we can. But obviously there is a spillover cost to the wider community. The challenge I've always seen since I've been on council is this tension between rates and DCs. It's been this yo-yo, and frankly, two options isn't a choice, it's a dilemma. And this gives us another option. This actually gives us choice and tools in the toolbox for our growth strategy. And like we talked about yesterday, and Greg talked about targeted rates, and there was a conversation around betterment. We need to open up our toolbox and provide options for our community so that we can deliver affordable options and more choice. And this is just one of those things. So really keen to see it progress. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm just going to say a little bit as the seconder. When I think about where we were about 5-6 years ago, I need to apply, and the councils, and in fact the government, both the current and the last government, and even the developers, we've had two cells that are for a long time and difficult to get away, Rotokauri, and we've been able, by opening up some new mechanisms, the HIF loan, the CIP arrangements that are coming, being able to get both those cells away. In the past, before that time, we were stuck in the situation of sort of one cell at a time, which didn't give much competition on section, to actually do more than that and reflect the need to try and not so much drive prices down, but to hold them at a lower level than I thought than they previously would have been by opening more than one cell, by using their new financing tools support. So the work by our staff and the support key government, and I think they're discovering, and the whole country maybe, that Hamilton is willing to be in order to support growth and to have it more appropriately funded. I think we're on the right track. There's of course going to be a myriad of difficulties and technical issues yet to overcome, but we're in better position than we were a few years ago in this area. Now I've got Mayor Paula, then Jeff. Paula, thanks.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. I'm very excited about the possibility of opening up new growth cells at a time when we need to support the economy by getting projects underway, and we still retain the problem that we had before COVID-19 was the amount of housing available. We're short of housing and we're short of affordable housing. So those two challenges that we had still remain, in my view, and we've got to advance towards those. And I think Ryan's quite right. We've got to look at a range of tools, because we can't go it on our own, but we can't encumber developers as well. We want them to be able to find ways of bringing forward development, especially when it's a good, strong proposal, notwithstanding that Rotokauri is a bit complex environmentally. New technologies come to the fore, and I'm confident that the right proposal will take care of the natural environment, sensitive natural environment of those lakes in Rotokauri, and provide an outcome. Devil's in the detail though for me. I've enjoyed the presentation today, and because we've all been conducting meetings by Zoom, it is a little bit harder to really sit around and have councillor discussions on some of these things. And I feel myself, I do need to sit with a few of the key staff and look at the detail and look at what the pros and cons are, because Rob, quite rightly in my view, raised a number of questions that are yet to be clearly answered in a way that we can all tangibly understand. So it's good news, it's a good step forward. I have to say that I like the idea of unlocking more than one cell, because it creates competition in the land market as well, and a diversity of offering with different developers being involved. And I think that's good for Hamilton. Thank you.
Thanks, Paula. I've got Jeff, then Rob, then Ewan. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Dave. I'll try to be brief. Yeah, obviously I support the recommendations, and I'm pleased to see the IFF work continuing at pace despite COVID. I do think this could be a really important tool for this council in coming years in advancing crucial work for the city, work that we wouldn't otherwise be able to afford. The more tools we have, the better, definitely, and it's exciting. In response to Rob's very good questions, I realise that Rotokauri is pretty much unstoppable as a result of past decisions. And in fairness, it needs to be. I think it's already underway, and we need to be heavily involved, and it needs to be done in a cohesive way. And I'm keenly aware of some of the needs in that suburb. Councillor Dave and I were involved with a group at Rotokauri Rise, who were extremely frustrated that assets that they felt they'd been promised, such as a vital road, were still not there once they'd moved in, and they felt a little bit stranded. And there's probably other residents in a similar sort of state of mind. I suppose my one reservation regarding this with the COVID crisis and the massive financial ramifications is how do we as a council and a community afford to keep growing the city on 4 fronts, Rototuna, Rotokauri, Peacock and Ruakura? That's still a worry of mine, and it hasn't really gone away. I mean, this is a different mechanism for how cost is met, but it's still a cost to the community. And yet we also don't want to be in a position of not catering for growth fast enough. And as Paula says, we have a housing shortage. So I guess I'm just thinking at the same time as we grow, we need to balance the need for city amenity, looking after what's already there, improving what's already there in Central City and other areas. And I think it is a balance that we need to always have in mind. And I do have that in mind, and I want more discussion on that. But look, in the meantime, really keen to see work progress, exciting possibilities with the IFF. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Rob, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, I still have a concern, and I think we need to exercise a great deal of caution as we move forward with Rotokauri, with its particular financial challenges. Understanding where we are now, I'm really keen to see the detailed business case, which is being progressed, which hopefully we'll see a little later in the year, and that will be useful, I hope, not only for us to have some oversight on what the financial challenges might be, but also in terms of the planning and going forward. I agree that the infrastructure funding and financing tool will be another useful aid, but it needs to be properly managed. And you know, one of the concerns that I see from today's discussion and the questions and responses is that communication will be very important, ensuring that the affected ratepayers, not only the initial purchaser of the property, but also subsequent owners, understand how their rates are made up and the fact that there's also a loan repayment. And I sense that generally when we get that rate bill, when they get that rate bill, they'll regard the whole lot as rates rather than the loan repayment too. And so there is a communication need here. And given we're the first, or one of the first councils off the block on this, I think we need to make sure that we've got that tool in place too, so that there's adequate oversight at the time of purchase, that the appropriate discount is in the land purchase price, and that the ongoing payment is because you didn't pay for it on the outset. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Ewan, please.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Chair Dave. Look, I'll be brief. I fully support the motion. I think this tool will be transformational for the city when managing issues of multiple growth fronts and moving some of those debts off our balance sheet. I think Rob's points are valid, but can be mitigated. I'm not at all concerned about subsequent purchases of the land. I am confident that we can ensure that any sales and purchase agreement that people are aware of those ongoing liabilities, legal liabilities, as well as whatever communications we can do as a council on our rates communication. But I see this as no different to when you buy a unit in an apartment. You know, you're buying one price and then you're told what your body corporate fees are going to be. It's clear, it's explained. And I just think we need to have some innovation that enables people to be aware of that at the point of sale, and whether it's through the real estate agents. Look, I know we've got some really talented staff, and Greg and Blair will work this way through. So I fully support it. Transformational, great work.
Thanks very much. Ryan, do you want to write a reply? I've got no other speakers.
Completely forgot about that, but no, thank you.
You don't have to, no. Not required. Okay, councillors, the resolution's on page 79, moved by Ryan, seconded by myself. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Appears to be everyone. Those against, please raise theirs. It's a bit of delayed reaction. Rebecca, can you see? Looks like everyone's in favour.
I can. That is passed unanimously.
Thanks very much. Councillors, thanks for that. Let's move on to item 13, future-proof update. Now that's in the late item agenda. So we're doing 13 before 12 was the agenda confirmation decision there. So on page 38 of the late agenda that came through, I'll just wait for a second or two we get there, and Luke is leading this off. It looks like Luke.
Thanks, Chairman Dave. Good afternoon, councillors. Mangai Māori. The report is covers a number of matters, and I'll take it as read, but I'll just step through some of the core components of it, and then open it up for questions with your leave, Chairman Dave. Essentially, it covers. At the beginning, it talks about the recent activities in relation to the Hamilton to Auckland corridor plan, and that is really will be covered off in a separate substantive report that Blair Bowcott will be talking about, and that's really the focus of the activities in the Hamilton to Auckland corridor partnership have really been around the response in terms of urban growth programs and the shovel ready projects, and there's a separate report on that, so I don't propose to say anything else on that. I then have quite a substantive section around the Hamilton Waikato Metro spatial plan and related projects, in particular transport, and there's also a section in there around the Waikato Sub-Regional Three Waters project. So in relation to most of my comments are really related to the Hamilton Waikato Metro Spatial Plan. This is a project that, as you're aware, has had a long gestation period, and we've done a number of briefings for you on that, and that's indicated at paragraph 22 of the report. And following recent elected member feedback, while we're working at pace and scale at the moment to satisfy central government reporting directives, in particular getting a draft only reported to Cabinet in July, leading up to a previous decision at FPIC in June. We are very cognizant of the need to engage with you, and you would have seen quite recently a range of invites that have been sent from Lucy Robinson to you. So there's a range of opportunities over the next couple of weeks as we're leading into FPIC for myself and other staff members to talk to you in more detail. And I just note equally that there's a PX item on this where there's some collateral that we can talk to in more detail as well. The key thing to remain here is, I suppose, as driving this, as I said, is to enable the government to report the draft to Cabinet in July. And the reason why we're so focused on that is that it gives the document a strategic prominence in terms of other funding initiatives which may and decisions that may be made to assist with the recovery that are focused on this area, so not just on Hamilton, but in terms of the broader Hamilton Waikato Metro spatial plan. I do note I cover in here some outline at paragraph 37 the extent of the study area and the explanation of that, because I know that it's been something that has been the subject of a number of queries for elected members around why we're just focusing on this particular area. And I do want to note at paragraph 41 that the study area is not a hard boundary. So the plan doesn't say that things outside of that area just stop in totality. So it acknowledges that this metro area sits in a much broader context and has much deeper connections than just the areas that are referred to in the study area. I also cover in the report the approach taken to the population scenario that we're actively planning for, and make some broad comments around how we're thinking about any possible fallout as a result of the impacts of COVID-19. And I know that you've had some quite detailed reporting on that through economic committees earlier this week and last week. At paragraph 54 onwards, I provide an overview of the structure of the document. And I just want to make it clear here that that structure of the document is one that's been sort of largely put in place as a result of this being a partnership with other agencies, in particular Crown agencies. So this is one spatial planning initiative that's going on in New Zealand. There's other ones that are running in parallel. There's one that's at about the same state over in the Bay of Plenty, looking at the Western Bay. Equally, there's other ones going on around the Wellington area and in Queenstown. At paragraph 56 onwards, I talk about the core spatial elements that are defining the plan, and the emerging settlement pattern at paragraph 57. There's attachments and hyperlinks in your report that take you to a briefing that was done for the Future Proof Implementation Committee. So I hope that you've had a chance to have a look at that. That has been available on the Future Proof website for some time. And then at paragraph 67, I talk about implementation. So I do want to hasten to add that the work that we're doing is a draft, and we're very cognizant that finalising the document from a draft through to completion needs to and will have sustained and ongoing engagement with you all, and hopefully we'll be able to do that face to face rather than Zoom, depending on what happens with COVID. But equally, post that draft, that we're releasing the collateral for stakeholder feedback, because we do want the document to be informed by our stakeholders and by the community. So I'll just pause at that point, because that covers a substantive part of the report, and through you, Councillor Dave, happy to take questions.
Thanks, Luke. And just before we go to questions, I've had my attention drawn to the fact that you used a banned phrase, which not to be used in polite conversation, pace and scale. I'm not sure whether you're aware, but that's banned, along with shovel ready, stimulus, and a few other what we used to call buzzwords a few decades ago.
Dave,
So
you also used the
consider-
word hyponics as well. What's that?
What's that, Bunty?
You used the word hyponics when you said there's lots of attachments and hyperlinks.
Hyperlinks.
Oh,
Hyperlinks.
hyperlinks.
Hyperlinks. Sorry, Mark, it might be my accent. I apologise. But Dave, thanks for that tip, and I'll include that on my buzzword bingo list for future meetings.
Excellent. Okay, we've got Jeff and then Mayor Paula, please. Jeff,
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, look, thanks for this. You partially answered my question, I think. It relates to the amount of elected member feedback and the level of detail in this draft plan that's going to the Future Proof Committee on June the 9th for approval before it goes to Cabinet. In terms of Hamilton's transport routes, for example, there's a line in one of these reports saying active modes such as walking and cycling are currently being worked on and will be incorporated in the draft for the Future Proof meeting. So my question really is, will these come to, what level of detail are they, and will they come to this council for approval first?
So, Councillor Taylor, the plan is really to continue to engage with you and to seek feedback between now and how we report it in FPIC. So the transport components in particular are, and we can talk about this some more. We've got some collateral that we can talk to in the PX component, but I do know that is it's largely the level of detail on transport is around the public transport network, the rapid and frequent. So because of the scale of the metro area, there's a direction that or an emerging direction around the importance of the walking and cycling network as part of all of the suite of transport options. So if you think there's kind of 3 layers of transport layers that operate within the metropolitan area, the first one is what I call the intercity kind of connection. So we've got the startup service commencing later on this year. So it's rail and road connections through to Auckland and to other parts of the Central North Island. Government's equally working on a rapid rail business case. Then we've got inside the metro area the frequent and rapid connections, so connecting different parts of Hamilton or places like Ngaruawahia, Cambridge and Te Awamutu into Hamilton. And then at that local level is how can to help to drive mode shift. So I want to be really clear, this is the position around transport in this plan is not anti-car, it's pro-choice, right? So we need to have roads because roads are important to carry public transport, but equally one of the emerging and one of the very strong government policy directions is how can we provide better transport alternatives and better transport options than just sole occupancy vehicles. So the level of detail around walking and cycling is not being granularly planned. You won't see that, in the actual document, but it's just stating it there that it's an important principle that forms part of the transport network.
Okay, no, don't take this as anything but great support for the Metro Spatial Plan. My concern is, though, that this direction is set, that's fine, but there's a difference between coming to elected members for a chat and elected members approving it. And my concern is with some of these things that a decision's kind of made, and then we have a chat about it. But I do have a level of concern about if this is going to the draft on June the 9th, then I would have thought we as a council might want to approve it, rather than just be told, have a chat about it.
So
approve the level of detail on some of these things. I appreciate there's not huge detail, but there is certainly some direction there.
Yeah, Jeff, just the resolution talks about the direction and approach. You've got sort of perhaps a level lower than that, which I agree with you. We need to have a means of reviewing that and checking that it is, in fact, what we believe should be falling out of the approach and direction. So we've certainly got some discussions set up, not formal ones, but perhaps somewhere to bring them back for approval finally by council, if not this committee, might be in order for me and Mayor Paula and so forth to work on with staff.
And I guess, councillors, we're a bit on your hands here as well in terms of, and I'm going to be careful, I can't step into any banned word now, Dave, but the speed at which this is working over the next 2 to 3 weeks, we're trying to find a way to capture all of your feedback through the various sessions that have been set up, including the session at the end of the meeting today. We're very, very conscious that Hamilton is not the only participant in this project. There are many partners, so there's lots of views that we're trying to coordinate here. We're wanting to make sure that Councillor Dave and Mayor Paula also have strong feedback and views of all the elected members, so that when they go to Future Proof, they can represent those. But ideally, what we want to be able to do is capture your ongoing feedback in a very iterative way and feed that directly into Luke so he can take it directly to the project team. Now it's far better to do that than at Future Proof for 9th of June, sort of have a major difference of opinion. So in your hands. I mean, I do note that Councillor Leary has her committee in a week and a half time, infrastructure ops, so I think it's later this month. But our runway of timeframes for formal decisions is challenging given the very iterative nature of the way this is working. So we're trying to sort of find that process. My final comment would be that whilst we're going to Future Proof in June and then obviously it goes to Cabinet in July, the information that goes to Cabinet is very high level, and there is a lot of opportunity to then shape and sort of sort out the detail in that period after June and July as well. So this is not a locked fait accompli. Far from it.
Okay. All right. I mean, I still do have concerns that directions are set without elected members actually agreeing to it. That's all. Look, Dave, I'm happy to go through the process of meetings on the Metro Spatial Plan in the next week or so, and we'll get some oversight of a bit more detail then. So that'll probably, but I mean, if I'm unhappy with something, then I'll need to raise it, and I'd like to raise it in a formal situation, I imagine.
Yeah, look, I'll talk with Paula and Ryan and yourself about how we can ensure there is that possibility. if that's okay. And you're next anyway, Paula, you might want to comment on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I was listening to it with interest. To that, I agree. We are. I'm assuming. I'm not. This is a question now. Am I right in assuming that this draft plan aligns with our stimulus packages and has been set up by the previous work under Future-Proof and the Metro Spatial Plan? Or has it started to deviate significantly from the track it was on?
No, it hasn't, Mayor Southgate. So I suppose from my perspective, it's building upon the settings that are already in Future-Proof, but it's taking on what I'd say additional matters that I know that are important to this council that we've heard through a number of different briefings and forums. So, for example, one of the feedback, direct feedback, say for example on intensification that we had is that we want to see over time more of an emphasis on centres and concentrating density at particular locations rather than having it kind of spread out all around Hamilton. So if I think of that as a key direction, that's something that's certainly travelling in the thinking of the work that we're doing, and that's important not only to represent the sentiment that we've heard from you in the last couple of months, but also that it supports the emerging government policy position in relation to urban development and supporting the transport network that we're looking equally to put up. If I hear some of the, broadly some of the environmental concerns that have been articulated by various elected members of this term, things like the blue-green network speak exactly to that. So, building upon the principles of Future-Proof of being much more explicit around the fact that we're actively mapping constraints, they're informing future development options, and that something like the blue-green elements of our area really become a really core spatial concept that will influence future development. Creating transit-oriented development areas that are, we've got high densities around public transport networks that assists with not just with mode shift, but it's as a proxy in terms of CO2 emissions. If you're able to reduce private car use because you're able to co-locate people living next to the places where they work, or that they can actively use different modes of transport to get to other parts of the metro area. That's really important. From an economic perspective, we're taking a really strong economic geography approach there, where we're able to actually spatially articulate where the center of gravity for our jobs are and really actively lift that up and promote that as a as an area of economic prosperity, as a corridor running from Ruakura through to the CBD up through to Horatū and the ports of Auckland. So we know that 60% of all of the jobs in that area in the metro area are actually located in that corridor. So that picks up to some of the economic development sentiments that we're hearing from council.
Okay, so I think the clear thing here is that we are able to differentiate for councillors what's dropped in that's new, so that we can articulate that, which you started to do in your discourse there, but so that councillors can see and track, yes, that is right to weave that in at this point and see where it comes from. Otherwise we get ahead of ourselves. We don't bring everyone on that journey. We need everyone on that journey. The document is incredibly complex and extremely rich and don't need to be dismissive, but planning type jargon. It's not an easy read. It's not a visionary read at this stage. It's very planning rich, and I guess we need to step back and just understand how where we're heading with the vision again. And also the other part of my question was how we can retain consistency as we go forward. The ground's going to change quite quickly. We're going to get some determination from government about shovel-ready projects quite soon, isn't it, Blair? Quite soon, very, very soon? Weeks?
Yes, weeks.
Weeks, and that will put a new lens on priorities, I would imagine. We'll have to reweight according to government priorities. So having that agility, I'm assuming, is built into this, with the timelines being so tight. and the ability to be broad enough to be agile is reasonably important. But picking up on Jeff's point, those drop-in sessions, you just choose one, right? You just come to one session, you dive in. Has there been considered, is that right, or are we supposed to go to all of them? No, one each.
Yeah, one at a time.
One each, right, because we got sent a whole lot the other day. So has there been any thought to some of this type of material coming to councillors through interactive webinar type folk? It's really hard with a sort of everybody on their own little screen in their own home trying to digest something with complexity like this. And the drop-in sessions worked very well when we could all get around a big table and look at the same maps and have some cross-fertilisation of ideas. I just wondered if that might be another tool to where we could all step through some of the changes in that way.
Mayor Paul, Luke, I'll just answer this one. So Lucy's still on the call, Lucy Robinson. So Lucy's been added to the project team to.
If we, sorry, Blair, we can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
So, councillors, Lucy Robinson's still on the call. So she's come into the project team to support Luke in his project directorship role here, specifically to respond to some of those very key points around making sure that the technical work of the Metro team, which is fantastic, is also communicated in a very simple way for not only yourselves but also the public and others who want to engage with this document. So that's a critical focus right now. Really, how do we simplify some of the very technical, rich information in a way that people can engage with? So that is covered in the report that Luke's talked about, and it's a key focus right now. As part of that process, I'm sure that Lucy will be open to any other suggestions to engage with you in addition to the meetings that she's established. So Lucy's listening, so I'm sure that she'll be thinking about that.
She is. Yeah, so we need to tap into that. But I guess the point, listening to Jeff's concerns too, finding when things move, and you get track changes and you get a way of visibility about where things are moving from and to within the process, because we are likely to change and change again depending on the future landscape. That would be really good, because it is quite complex. It's a hard read. It's not easy. I've read these things for years, and many of us here have, but it's not easy.
I think for the project team, the work that's coming together, and it's a very pointy end of the process now, has captured all of the things that this council has been talking about for some time, and including some of the more recent discussions as well. So I think you can feel well assured that Luke and the team aren't dreaming up new things that are not well founded in conversations that you've
not suggesting that for one bit, Blair. I'm just saying visibility so that we can discuss the changes appropriately, so that council can have some input to where things are developing too. That's it. Thanks, Dave.
Just to let you know, I've added a C, which will come up shortly and show you, just to encapsulate what Jeff raised and to have some elected member oversight. So we'll come back to that. I've got questions from Martin at the moment. Oh, hang on. Rebecca's just about to show us that, just to see. Oh, what's happening? Here we are. Just in red there. Just to try and capture this whole area and to ensure that we have that opportunity. But we'll come back to that. If we can go to the questions still. I've got Martin, please.
No, it was just a comment. I'll save it. I mean, I thought I was
okay.
Yeah, as the mayor made comments.
No.
All good.
Okay, so I've got no more questions. I'm going to move the resolution. I'm just trying to get back to the page that we're on, 38, I think that's correct, of the later agenda, which I've moved along with the C that Rebecca's just shown us.
I'll second.
And seconded by
me, Paula.
Yep. I got. Okay. I don't feel the need to speak on this at this point. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on it?
Oh, I will just say a quick word, if I may.
Rebecca, would you mind? Sorry. Yeah, yep, sure. Rebecca, would you mind putting this up while Paula is speaking? Thanks. The whole resolution again. Yeah,
Thank you.
Paula, over to you. Thanks.
Thanks, Chairman Dave. Look, I don't want to labour the point, just I want to thank staff for the amount of work that you're doing. I know that there's a lot of complexity, and a large amount of what we put before council is the type of information that government and other partners need to work with us. So I get that, and I look forward to, however, being able to share that wider vision with members and the public in a more tangible and visionary way, because we leave people behind when they can't understand what we are focused on. But actually hidden in this whole framework are so many transformational projects for Hamilton and opportunities to put people in work and to create a modern city. So I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Thanks. I've got Jeff next and then Martin. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. Incredibly quickly, and only because I don't want my questions to be construed as anything as a negative. Really, I'm highly supportive of the Metro Spatial Plan, and recognise, the visionary nature of this, and I appreciate it's a fast-moving process across many members, and there's always going to be a tension between elected members and knowing what's going on. But I think the key for me is I think I have an assurance today that that the nuances of local level decision making will not be lost, and that there will be an opportunity at a local level to have some control of these decisions as a council in consultation with the community. So I think I have that assurance today, and I'm highly supportive of the plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Martin, please.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think it was good that clarification was added, because I want to note the significant intellectual grunt from our staff team, and from the contributors, and I think that's important. Obviously, if I can just make a point around attending a future-proof H2A meetings, these kind of meetings, all councils are able to go there in an observer capacity. It is very good that we have high-level cabinet minister interaction. I'm also hoping, and it's very important, that when we, in terms of item C, that we provide opportunities for elected member discussion, Metro Spatial Plan related work, obviously the Waikato plan over here and the role of the Mayor's Forum, these are all significant players in the regional mix. But I just certainly look forward to regular drop-ins with our excellent staff as we obviously pursue this incredibly important work.
Thanks very much. I've got no one else on the speaking list, so I'll go to the vote on that. Moved by myself, seconded by Paula. Those in favour, please raise their hands. And down and against. That's unanimous, I believe, Rebecca. Hey, look, we'll break for lunch until 1:45, if that's okay. Everyone coming back with the last item in public. Sorry, Jackie, the Metro Area Wastewater Project. And then we'll go into public excluded, followed by that into those items for information. Thank you. See you in 1:45. Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon, Dave.
Good afternoon, Dave.
Good afternoon, Chairman Dave.
Good afternoon, Dave.
Bunty, have you told Jeff what you said about him in the last session?
You may be interested to know that you're transmitting across the city.
Yeah.
There'd be a huge audience, but seriously, you are in public session. I'm just giving you some friendly advice.
Yeah, we know.
with
It
regard to
says on the
that.
top left part of the screen.
Why would we behave any differently, Martin?
Yeah, we know.
Right.
Mark always speaks that slowly.
Bunty had a
That's
good one.
right.
He said that Jeff himself was a banned word.
I missed that.
That's because he only had the guts to say it to me.
No, it was there. It was there for public, was it?
Okay, guys, enough banter for the next few minutes. Can we, have we got Andrew and Jackie here? Just checking. We got Andrew.
And we've got Jackie, yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Rebecca. Okay, we're on to item 12, the Metro Area Wastewater Project. That's in the late items, and it's on, I'm not sure what page, sorry. I'll just check that, doesn't say here.
Page 6 of diligent, Councillor Dave.
Sorry?
Page 6 of the diligent system.
6.
Yep.
And of the other end of the document itself, which page? Is it on the late items or?
Yes, it's on the late items. Page 6 of the late items as well.
There we are. Yep. Okay, we've got that. So who's leading off, Andrew or Jackie?
Jackie.
Oh, hi, Jackie.
Kia ora.
The floor's yours, so to speak.
O tēnā koutou ngā mema o te kaunihera me Māngai Māori James, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Firstly, thank you for agreeing to include this paper as a late agenda item. I appreciate that you've only had a few days to consider it and to apologise for its late delivery. So because of that, I propose to give an overview of the key aspects of the paper, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Sure, Jackie, thank you.
I'm just going to share my screen with a few key points that I'll just speak to.
That's great, Jackie.
Okay, so this paper really builds on previous reports and briefings provided to this committee and council on the Waikato Sub-Regional Three Waters project. It outlines and recommends key actions to progress and consider in detail cross-boundary wastewater servicing solutions for the metro area. So those key actions are centred around establishing an appropriate governance and delivery structure for the project and co-funding the project with our neighbouring council partners. The project is to deliver detailed business cases for the northern and southern metro area wastewater solutions. A high-level wastewater assessment, which is included in the future-proof update that Luke presented, and the Cambridge wastewater indicative business case delivered by Waipa District Council, identify centralised treatment facilities as solutions for the metro area that should be considered further. So both assessments recommend detailed business case processes to determine the preferred solutions to take forward for implementation. The most time-critical tasks do relate to the southern metro area, and really Waipa District Council's need to have a preferred solution identified for Cambridge by December this year. So as discussed at the March briefing, delivering cross-boundary servicing solutions will require new infrastructure delivery, funding and governance arrangements. And so it's essential that appropriate levels of governance oversight and project accountability and transparency are embedded into this project from the outset and maintained throughout. To support that, we've worked collaboratively with Waikato and Waipa District Council staff and Waikato Tainui to develop a project governance structure and associated terms of reference, which are included as attachment 1 to the paper. So the terms of reference, they set out the context, including rationale for a standalone governance structure, the scope, which is to oversee delivery of detailed business cases, but really could be adapted to include oversight of implementation in the future if that were appropriate. Sets out a proposed structure involving a governance group and a program control group, and the objectives, responsibilities, and membership of each group within that structure. The reporting lines and linkages back to each organisation and future-proof are also set out in the terms of reference. The principles used to develop the proposed structure do include replicating the future-proof structure and levels where appropriate, that being an elected member governance level and an executive level advisory sort of project control group, and then project delivery layers. Includes a relevant subset of the future-proof membership as opposed to all of the members, and does recommend maintaining common membership between the future-proof committees and the project committees. The structure does also provide for equal local government and iwi mana whenua representation at each level. So the governance group is proposed to be made up of elected members and reps from Hamilton City, Waipa, Waikato District Council, Waikato Tainui, and mana whenua representatives, with Regional Council and DIA as observing members. The terms of reference does outline the key roles and responsibilities of the governance group, and they include making collective recommendations back to their respective organisations, overseeing delivery of the detailed business cases, and representing the views of their organisations as the options are considered and the project progresses. And one of the roles of that group would be to endorse the detailed business cases that are produced as part of the project. So today we are seeking approval of the governance structure and roles and responsibilities described in the terms of reference. And we're also recommending that the HCC current future-proof representatives are confirmed as the reps on the project governance group. So for the detailed business case, we're proposing to adopt the Treasury Better Business Case model. And the detailed business case work will involve a number of important tasks and technical investigations. That'll include reviewing and building on the work that's already been completed, identifying a long list of options for the overall metro area, and confirming a shortlist to take forward for more detailed assessment. And the more detailed assessments will include engineering and planning work, along with detailed economic assessments to identify the preferred solutions. Now, the assessments will involve both monetary and non-monetary analysis. Considering and recommending the implementation strategies will also be included in the work for the preferred solutions. And those will include funding and financing options and overall governance structures to deliver multi-party infrastructure. The work will involve stakeholder engagement and will be useful in directly informing the work that we need to do to reconsent the Pukete wastewater treatment plant. The discharge consent expires in 2027. Estimated costs to deliver detailed business cases for both the north and the south areas is around 2.1 million, and the estimated cost to deliver the DBC for just the southern area is 1.3 million. So we're proposing that co-funding is used to fund the projects. As noted earlier, there is a critical need around the southern metro area to help inform Waipa's investment decisions for Cambridge. In the paper, we're recommending a $660,000 co-funding contribution from Hamilton to commence with the Southern Metro DBC. And that recommendation takes a simple 50% contribution approach. The funding contribution can be accommodated within existing operating budgets, but will require that that budget from this year be transferred into next year using the CE annual plan submission process. For the project, Waipa have confirmed a financial commitment of up to 50% for the Southern Metro area, or 25% for the cost of the overall metro area DBC. So that's the north and the southern DBCs. And so we do have confidence that through Waipa DC's funding commitment and an equal funding commitment from HCC, that the southern area detailed business case can be delivered. Discussions with Waikato District Council are continuing as to how and when they can contribute financially to the project. Through our discussions with their staff, they've confirmed that they absolutely want to be part of the project and have already confirmed who their governance group members and control group reps will be. They also understand that they need to co-fund the project, but they're having some challenges given the arrangements with Watercare. So at this point in time, still need to work through and develop a funding plan to confirm how they might be able to contribute financially. So in the paper, we are also seeking flexibility to continue working with them and other partners to develop a program and funding plan for the Northern Metro Wastewater DBC, and to bring that back to this committee. So that's really my overview. I know it's a lot to take in, so thank you for giving me the time to do that. And happy to take questions with Blair and Andrew helping. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Jackie, thank you. Look, just before we go into questions, and bearing in mind some of the comments earlier from Councillor Rob and others, I've arranged to change the motion so it's not this meeting being asked to give delegated authority to go ahead, but to recommend to the council meeting on the 28th of May, 2 weeks away, that we go ahead. So that gives, it's an in principle decision today to recommend, we recommend to council. That's where the final decision to expend that money and to make the changes Jackie's talking about in our budgets. So that's what I'm going to put up as a motion. And we'll get the wording of that soon, and I'll seek a seconder when we've got the wording. So that may, in terms of the process, assist people a little bit. I have a series of questioners, starting with Mayor Paula. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair Dave. Just in respect of this project, how does it sit within the broader Three Waters approach that we're taking with the stimulus package? Is it completely consistent? This is focused on just wastewater, not the bigger Three Waters situation. So how does that fit? And if we get lucky with a stimulus package from government on the Three Waters, the Southern project, will this be the process to manage that, or is this something separate?
So this project is completely aligned with what's happening in the sub-regional Three Waters piece. So the high level assessment that's been completed was done through the overall sub-regional project. It does drop it into a much more detailed level of consideration, though, than would be considered as part of the sub-regional Three Waters project. So the vision and the objectives confirmed through the sub-regional project would apply to this work. It's really getting into the details of, for example, if you were to build a new wastewater treatment plant, where would it go? What sort of technology would you utilise to give effect to all of those objectives that we've already identified through the sub-regional piece? So in complete alignment with that work. In terms of the stimulus package proposals, these proposals have been put forward as part of that. The work that we're proposing here is really to undertake the detailed work to really support the proposals that have been put forward.
So my next question is then, given our partners in this and how we've sort of walked the talk together, been down to Wellington together, etc., I'm assuming that this has been co-developed in partnership with the Future Proof Councils?
Absolutely. So the high level assessment has been reported through the Future Proof structure, including FPIC, and the terms of reference.
Sorry, you've gone a bit quiet.
sorry, my phone just started ringing. The terms of reference have been socialised through Futureproof as well, so through the overall Futureproof family, but with more detailed discussions and input from the subset that we're proposing sit in the structure.
So I'm just trying to allay any concerns of this council that there won't be any nasty surprises to Mayor Allen or Mayor Jim as a result of this work.
No, so for Waipa District, they've confirmed that their representatives on the governance group would be Mayor Jim and Deputy Mayor Liz. And for Waikato District, they've confirmed that their representatives will be Garth Dibley, who sits on the Water Governance Board for Waikato District Council, and Deputy Mayor Axel.
Okay, thank you. Can you talk to the potential savings, just reminders of the potential cost savings of going in a partnership over this solution, this wastewater solution?
So I think as a region, we do face some fairly significant affordability challenges in terms of not only meeting our current needs and servicing future needs for our districts, but also meeting the standards set out in Te Ture Whaimana, or the vision and strategy for the Waikato River. So the level of performance that will be required of us all in terms of our treatment and water supply and stormwater management will be much greater than has ever been required before. And so that will bring with it a massive need for much greater investment than is probably planned. And examples of that can be seen in, for example, the Pukekohe wastewater treatment process that Watercare have been through, where the standard of performance that they've needed to deliver has been far in excess of what they ever anticipated originally. So by coming together and looking at a centralised facility, you create scale and scales of economy and the ability to adopt technology that we probably couldn't do individually, and certainly would really struggle to afford.
Okay,
and sorry, Mayor Paul, I just wonder whether it's worth just Jackie, Andrew, just expanding on the time frame and the unique opportunity right now that sort of speaks to Mayor Paula's question, that there's a very narrow window of opportunity here to progress the southern plant before Waipa has to make a decision, and how that ties into that wider opportunity for the northern and the wet industry, because I think there's a bigger story here that you probably just need to just remind councillors.
Yes, thanks, because I was going to go on to that, how this is actually not just related to wastewater, that it looks like it's a whole cascade approach to water supply as well. And we've got the moratorium on wet industry, for example, and pressures to the north. So I just wanted council to understand the complete package of the future needs of water as it relates to this first step.
So just in relation to, I'll kick off with the Cambridge consenting process. So Waipa need to make some decisions about where they invest in the long term for Cambridge, whether that be in a standalone plant, i.e. utilising their own wastewater treatment plant to service the needs of Cambridge, or whether they look at more sub-regional solutions, i.e. a sub-regional facility that wouldn't only address the needs of Cambridge, but could also address the needs of other communities like around the airport and adjacent areas. So they need to make some pretty big investment decisions this year. And in order for the sub-regional option to stay on the table, we really do need to investigate it in detail to give them some certainty about what the preferred pathway looks like for the Cambridge situation. And the reason for that is they need to be able to demonstrate to their communities and ultimately resource consent commissioners that they will have a long-term solution in place in an acceptable timeframe. So there's a real driver around Waipa's long-term investment decisions. By looking at a centralised solution, we do have the opportunity to pursue resource recovery and reuse, including direct water reuse and energy and nutrient recovery as well. Individually, we probably would struggle to make that a feasible proposition, both Hamilton and Waipa District. So centralisation and the scale that it potentially, well, that it does provide, allows us to really take a more holistic view of waters management than we would be able to do otherwise. If we were looking to build a new plant, and so all of this is still up in the air, would need to be considered, then the opportunity to be more deliberate around where you site a new facility and therefore inform surrounding land use also presents itself. So all of those opportunities would be lost if we didn't have a close look at this opportunity in the next 6 to 8 months.
Thank you.
Well, Jackie, could I expand that a little further?
Okay.
So the opportunities also are highly aligned and very significant in the context of the whole of the H2A corridor. So, you know, as councillors know from the update from Blair and this morning, you know, we're looking at the whole corridor as a project, and within that corridor work stream, there's a 3 waters work stream, which is looking to integrate water, wastewater and stormwater in order to achieve Te Tere Whaimana, the river vision and strategy, and take a 100-year view in relation to growth management and economic development opportunities. So this particular paper, this proposal, is a subset of the corridor program of works and is highly integrated and aligned with that work stream. So this paper relates to, you know, the metro footprint within the corridor approach. The other key is that there's work underway with PricewaterhouseCoopers at the moment, led by the Department of Internal Affairs, that where they have identified this particular South Hamilton wastewater opportunity as something that warrants a little bit more focus and attention, and so they're doing some work. So it's all coming together. It's got a national lens across it. It's got a regional lens across it, a H2A corridor lens across it, but it's also a critical need for Hamilton City in the context of our long-term servicing needs, and it's a critical and urgent need for Waipa District right now. So I'll stop there.
Okay, thanks. Just before we go to questions, I'm just wondering, Rebecca, would you show up the changed resolution? It's quite easy to follow this bit, just so we have the context right. Great. So we've just changed A and B to 1 and 2 and added an introductory sentence to 2 that the Strategic Growth Committee recommends to Council.
I'll second, Dave.
Sorry?
I'll second.
Okay, I'll move you in seconded. So that's there on the table. We'll go back to questions, thanks. And I think, Rob, you were next, please.
Thanks, Chairman Dave. I've got some questions about the original motion or the original staff recommendation, but given that I suspect there's likely to be support for your your motion, Dave, I will hold those questions back in case the recommendation becomes a motion. I'm just
sorry, could I just say, Rob, that there's no change except the addition of the report to Council, so the details are all still the same.
Yeah, except the staff recommendation had a number of approvals in it.
Yeah, they're no longer approvals, they're all recommendations.
So I think you've taken the decision process out, which concerned me a little bit, given the amount of time that we've had to read and digest this. So unless this comes back on the table, I'll ignore my earlier question, my prepared questions. Just trying to get understanding on the $1.3 million cost of the detailed business plan. Is that the same as the 660K that's referred to as being the contribution by each partner? Because it doesn't add up. It's 650 if you take half of 1.3.
Yep, my apologies, that's a rounding error. The 660 is intended to be a 50% share in the cost of the Southern detailed business case.
So it really is 1.35 million, is it? The cost rather than the 1.3 million?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I just thought there might have been something else here that I was missing out. Second question is, should Waikato District Council be a funder in the Southern detailed business case, given that Tamahiri and the surrounds are its responsibility in terms of it collecting rates from that area?
So
My view is that they should be funding partners, and the reason is that the decisions made in the south do have implications for what might be possible in the north. So for example, if we were to unload the Puketi wastewater treatment plant by diverting some of the Hamilton City flow south, it does create the opportunity to service an expanded area to the north that otherwise may not be possible in the long term. The Southern would also look at the potential to service the likes of Matangi and Tamahere.
So why aren't they prepared to participate in this?
So Councillor Rob, they are prepared to participate, and they have indicated they will be a funding partner, but in the time frame for us to prepare this report and the speed that we're moving at, it wasn't possible to conclude those conversations. And I think understanding for Waikato, they have a different way of funding waters. They have a targeted rate very specifically for waters. So the resolutions, the way they're worded, is to provide the flexibility for the chief executive to continue those conversations with Waikato. And we will obviously report that back. But they've certainly, through Gavin and I, indicated they absolutely want to be a participant. And they will be a funding partner, but we just haven't had a chance to finish those conversations.
So they will be a funding partner for the Southern business case. I know that in amongst this, there's also the Northern business case, but
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, and I can't say to what extent they will be because we haven't finished those conversations. And it may be, Councillor, that in the practical time frame, they aren't able to fund the Southern, but they agree to fund proportionally more to the Northern case to make up of what they put into the Southern. So we just have to be flexible, but we've got a very strong indication of support from them, and we will continue those conversations.
So does this dithering that we've got now, seems to me to be a little bit reminiscent of where we've been in past years with water generally? Is it still a case for concern that the three of us are not all lining up saying, yes, we're keen to get on board and do something?
No, I don't think so. And in fact, this will be an agenda item for our governance group discussion with Waikato next Wednesday, Councillor Rob, that you're part of. Look, they are 100% supportive. I think the practical realities are they are grappling with budgets and bits and pieces themselves. They don't have a specific budget line for this right now. So we're trying to move the project at speed, but also recognise we've got to provide flexibility for each partner for how we can align our desires to work together in this space.
Okay, all right. In terms of the partners for the detailed business case, is there expertise at Watercare? I think Jackie touched before about the work that Watercare have already done on similar sort of projects. And I raise this given that Watercare now has got an office in Hamilton, and to have somebody with their experience in this area might be useful in this business case design area.
So Watercare are included as a member at the project control level, so more of a hands-on role, because they, as you say, Councillor Rob, they definitely have expertise in delivering very large-scale waters infrastructure that we should be leveraging off.
Okay, thank you. And just one final question, and this is where I got a little bit confused in reading the report. And granted, it was sort of only about a day to read it. If both the projects go together, are we contributing, both the north and the south? Will we end up as contributors of 50% of the total 2.1 million, with the other two councils being 25% each? Is that the way it will land? I know it looks to me like we're a 50% partner with Waipa in the 660, and it may be less if Waikato comes in and shares some of that cost. But in terms of the total of the two projects, are we likely to need to be a contributor for half of the 2.1 million while the other two councils are only contributing 25%?
That is the starting position, Councillor Rob, and I guess that's informed by our previous work on the CCO investigations with the three councils. So, and I would imagine that some of the finer details may be further discussed at the governance group that Jackie has outlined in the terms of reference, but that's our starting position.
Do you think that's fair from Hamilton City Council's point of view financially, given, you know, what we did last time and where we ended up last time?
Look, I think it's as fair as can be, but I suspect that, like with any of these initiatives where there are multiple parties, there's probably multiple different ways that you could look to split the funding and come up with different rationale, population, rating base, future needs. So, and I do recall the past conversations in this area, Councillor Rob, where we ultimately land on the 50, 25, 25. Yeah. So, yes, always open for further conversations, but for the purposes of today and the recommendation, all parties felt that was the best starting point.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Rob. I've got Sarah next, then Martin.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Jackie, for your presentation. I just had a quick question. You talked about having much higher environmental standards, particularly in regard to the river, and potentially looking at energy and nutrient recovery. I'm just thinking in terms of our climate action plan, one of the key actions for the organisation will be looking at how do we, better use, produce electricity on site at our Puketi wastewater plant. And I'm just wondering what kind of scoping there is around ensuring that, whatever design that we're looking at here for this potential wastewater plant will have, will be, I guess, energy efficient, or looking at producing on-site energy to be energy neutral.
Energy neutrality and carbon neutrality will be key considerations of this project.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thanks. Martin, then Marngai James.
I apologise if I'm going to repeat myself to colleagues, but given the history of the previous water operation and how by one vote Waipawa Council turned down a Waikato Waters proposal, can staff give me an absolute assurance that everyone is on the same plate?
Councillor Gallagher,
you're asking Blair to be a mind reader. Well, I am, and it's a deliberate question because the track record to date of local government in the Waikato has been pretty hopeless. Blair?
Yes, thank you for that question, Councillor Gallagher. We have talked about that, and it's fair to say that the circumstances here are somewhat more critical for one of the partners, being Waipawa, in terms of the investment decisions they face, but ultimately the political relationships will be really important as this project goes forward. So the difference, of course, at this time as well, there's a very strong iwi and mana whenua partnership around the table, and through the Metro Spatial Plan, we've also now got a very robust Three Waters program, which is bringing this all together. So we have many more layers of information and thinking to support this that we didn't have in the CCO journey. So I feel that that risk still sits there, Councillor Gallagher, but it is significantly mitigated from where we were in the previous journey.
Staff, if you can record Blair's words so that we can refer back to them in 2 or 3 years' time. Thank you. Here's hoping. That second question.
Hang on, staff, no need to record those words.
Second question. And obviously we must ensure the good people of Tamahere are well taken care of, even if we have to pay for it, of course. But the second question here is that as a 100-year plan, and I would remind all colleagues and staff that the reason that the Puketi wastewater is such a far-sighted facility is because a previous council in the 1950s did literally have the 100-year vision. Can you just, and I apologise, I know I've mentioned this before ad nauseum, What interaction have we had with Matamata Piako Council, particularly in terms of the significance of the Morrinsville urban area, which in essence is part of the metro space, in my view? And I'm just trying to work out, moving forward, where that particular council may be involved in this project.
So, Councillor Gallagher, I have had a number of conversations with Mayor Ash from Matamata Piako and also the CEO, Don McLeod, around the invitation from Futureproof for them to join the Futureproof partnership, particularly in relation to Morrinsville. They have expressed a significant desire to be part of Futureproof. It's fair to say the last detailed conversation was at the Taupo Mayoral Forum Retreat. And of course, since that time, we've been somewhat preoccupied by COVID. But I think there's a very strong desire for Matamata Piako to move closer to the Futureproof partnership, and where it's appropriate for them to be involved in conversations such as the Three Waters.
Thank you. I'm sure the governance team, our representatives on the governance team, will naturally follow that up. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I love your questions that are speeches, Martin. Mangai James, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tēnā koe, Jackie. Nā mihi mō tō pūrongo kia mātou. Thank you for your report. Just to help improve my knowledge and understanding, and noting that this is a 100-year plan, I looked at the options, the concept options that were listed. I think there was option A to F. I'm hoping I'm looking at the right list. Again, just to improve my understanding and knowledge, as part of those options developed, was there any because they look like they're still discharging. Has there been options discussed around reducing, well, not necessarily just reducing, but that, avoiding further discharges into our waterways, into the Waikato? Has those been considered?
So for the high-level wastewater assessment that you're referring to, Mangai James, it was a high-level assessment, and so each of the options was considered in terms of a number of criteria, and one of those criteria was flexibility on final discharge. So we didn't look at specific discharge locations or methods as part of that high-level assessment, but rather considered, what level of flexibility do the options provide in terms of alternatives to discharging directly to water. So getting into the details around potential discharge routes would come as part of the next phase. Taking a holistic view of the water cycle and water services generally, and our desire to really maximise reuse recovery would be one of the ways that we would seek to reduce the volume of water to be discharged ultimately. So I hope that answers your question and just gives some context to the level of detail that was gone into for the high-level wastewater assessment. For the Cambridge work, they did go into a lot more detail where they looked at specific discharge options for each of a number of solutions that they considered. And those discharge options did include discharge to land, discharge and discharges to water. The sub-regional option that's been shortlisted as part of that project hasn't confirmed what the discharge route might be. Again, that would be considered as part of the investigations to support a detailed business case.
Okay, cool. Because I suppose that's good information, and because I couldn't see that obviously in the governance report and the terms of reference, and just trying to understand, those appointees on their governance group are within a certain scope. And so do they have access to that information around those options and that level of high-level assessment or investigation that's been done on their behalf?
So the high-level assessments have been delivered and developed in collaboration with all of the partner groups, albeit at a technical level. So that includes mana whenua, either directly or through Ngā Karu Atua Te Waka and Waikato Tainui have definitely had a role, an active role in the project as well. For each of the council organisations, it has been technical staff involved in those assessments and the outcomes reported up through the Futureproof hierarchy and through the likes of this committee. So happy to share the details that sit behind the summary reports that have been presented to this committee if you'd like them.
It wasn't necessarily that. It was just more making sure that all representatives on this governance, there was that equity of knowledge, I suppose, is what I was hoping for, looking towards. Because there, as you can appreciate, there seems to be another level of groups or forums for these kind of conversations, strategic down to detail. So again, just making sure there was equity in information.
Yeah, so for the sub-regional work, everything that we've done and all of the decisions that have been made through the first phase have been made by consensus, and that has involved all of the partners. So we have focused at an iwi authority level as opposed to dropping into a mana whenua level for that phase of the sub-regional project. But we're acutely, aware that we need to drop into a mana whenua level as we start speaking or thinking about specific place-based solutions. So to help facilitate that, over the last few weeks, we have taken a considerable amount of effort to bring the relevant mana whenua groups up to speed with the overall sub-regional project, so that when we approach them to start talking about details, they at least have a base level of information to engage in those conversations from.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks very much. I don't have any other questioners on the list. So we'll move to the resolution and the speaking to that. So I'll invite questions. I've moved it, seconded by Ewan, sorry, Ewan.
That's all right.
Could you show that up, please, Rebecca? And for the sake of simplicity, everything is being recommended to council in the resolution. So it's slightly changed the wording of D and E as well, so that council gets to approve those as well at the meeting on the 28th.
Yes, my apologies. When I'd flashed that up earlier, it had the old wording which was endorsed. So I've just amended that to approves, which reflects what is currently in the agenda. So my apologies on any confusion there. That's my fault.
Can I just ask a question of clarity on the motion, please, Chair? Sure. Dave?
Sure.
I see this causes a slight delay, not much, but a slight delay. What do you think the outcome of the newly worked recommendations is? We will just have the same conversation, or are you suspecting that the governance structure or who is on the governance structure may change as a result of?
I think that this was technically possible, wasn't going to upset the apple cart too much with staff, and they were accepting of this. In fact, had already had some preliminary discussion about that because of the lateness of the report coming. I think that we may need to convene some sort of open discussion between now and the council meeting, but that it wouldn't materially affect the work that was going to be done.
Okay, so this just allows.
I was just going to ask Blair, he might like to comment on that, Paula.
Yeah,
okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor and Mayor Paula. So I think today, subject to this resolution being passed and referred to council, that gives staff enough direction and principle to continue the discussions with our key partners and do all the preparation work. So whilst we won't commit any funding, we need to be able to hit the ground running immediately following the council meeting on the 28th of May. So this allows us to keep going, keep momentum going, because we are working at some quite fast rate here.
Scale and pace.
No, I wasn't going to use those words, Dave. I was very careful. But it allows us to keep things going, in particular for Waipa, who have some very critical timeframes and obligations in terms of their consent reporting, which they need to report back very early June. This allows us to keep them comfortable with the process, work with the preferred consultants to get everything ready. So once we get the council sign off on the 28th of May, we can start on the 29th of May.
Okay, thank you.
You okay with that, Paula, for now?
Yep.
Thanks. Okay, so we've got the resolution, and I'll take a speaking order in a sec. I'll just speak to start with. Basically, I support this going ahead, but recognise the both the extreme need to get things done, but also the need for proper governance oversight here. And I think this is trying to strike a compromise in terms of the time. What is really good about it is that we do appear to have two willing partners, not just Hamilton City Council by itself, which is what the last exercise ended up as. And maybe it's taken the Metro Spatial Plan work, the Hamilton to Auckland corridor work, to make them or help them realise that they're part of a bigger picture, like we have for a while. Whatever, it's heading us in the right direction in terms of getting a sub-regional and hopefully greater regional approach to something which I think government's going to force us to do anyway in the medium to long term, if not the short term. So we're ahead of the game, we're controlling it, and we're working with the right partners, it appears to me. So that's all I'll say for now. I'll ask Ewan if he wants to speak as the seconder, then go to the speaking list. Thanks.
And thanks, Chair Dave. Nothing more to add. I've agreed with everything you've said.
Okay, I have Martin, thank you, the member for Tamahere, I noticed.
Well, I certainly don't want my good friends from Tamahere to miss out on this really excellent project, of course. But very seriously, totally support the recommendations. I just want to commend you, Mr. Chair, for making this a recommendation to council, and without putting on a lecture in governance mode. This is good governance, because I think I heard from Councillor Pascoe before about his concerns with the relative lateness of this very significant report into this committee. And I think this does remind us, notwithstanding such things, of, you know, we have significant delegations to our committees of the whole. Any committee, which this one is going to do, can actually have another sitting, another reading, if you like, pause and take a breath. And I think that, if I can humbly say, that is good governance. You don't want rubber stamp governance. This is good governance. Broadly speaking, I think we're heading in the right direction. And I will make the observation. Obviously, someone there, Dave, is clapping what I'm saying in the background. But I will. Oh, well, I'm a future voter, and I want to say thank you very much. Lovely. And again, can I say, actually, it's a very good guest appearance from one of Councillor McPherson's grandchildren, but it also reminds us all, if I can say, that this is a very long-term vision, which, when the grandchildren of this city and region are running the show, we've actually set the grounding for them. I certainly note that our representatives on Future Proof are going to have a whole lot of work to do on this very important project, and look forward to it being finally ticked off at full council.
Thank you, Councillor Martin, and I've told our grandchildren to look out for you on council when they're growing up. I've got no other speakers on the list. You've seen the resolution. It's not much changed apart from the recommendation to council line that's been added in there. So no speakers. I'll ask for those in favour, please raise their hand. Against? I can't see any against. That's been carried unanimously, and thank you, Councillor Bunting, for referring to my baby kissing abilities. That brings to the end of the public part of the meeting, I think. Rebecca, am I right there? Yes, I must be.
Well, we just need to.
So I'll move. Sorry?
I was just going to say, to talk over top of you, we just need to move that resolution, which you would.
Yeah, I'll move the required resolution, whatever it says, and seconded by Councillor Ryan. Those in favour, against, carried. So we've moved to the public excluded section, and we'll